Good evening. It is 6:31 p.m. on Wednesday, April 16th, 2025. This is Brian Layton, the school committee chair, and I am calling the school committee to order. In accordance with the requirements of open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being broadcast at live over the Lunenburg Public Access Channel. The meeting will be broadcast live through the Illegal Access Cable Channel and on the Public Access Facebook page, and will be found on the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for the discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I'll open up to public comment from the public. Seeing no one in person, is there anyone on Zoom? Please raise your virtual hand or your hand. Seeing none, I'll open up to public comment from the committee. Ms. Archambault.
Thank you. I first off will apologize for my soft voice as I'm running through some laryngitis. But I did want to say that this afternoon, the House Ways and Means Committee did submit their budget. Their budget has a minimum aid to schools raising from the $75 per student that the governor had. Oops, sorry, microphone. I'll try that again. The minimum aid to schools went up from the $75 per student that the governor had set to $150 per student. However, this is a huge example of how you can't count on anything, because this has to go to the Senate and then it has to go to reconciliation. So right now it looks like we would have more Chapter 70 funding. However, it could come to July 1st and it could be cut in half. So it's very important for people to realize these things do go up and down. They also fully funded the charter school reimbursement at 100%. But that doesn't mean that's going to stay. They have also put 75% of all required out-of-district placement transportation eligible for reimbursement in FY26, but only prorated so far as the money it holds out. So once again, it is another nebulous piece of information. But I wanted to tell people that our members of the House are working on it.
Thank you. Mr. Beardmore.
Just to follow up on Mrs. Archambault's comments, there have been a number of public hearings over the course of the last several weeks pertaining to education funding. There was a hearing in Boston last week that I know that the superintendent and two members of our committee attended. Unfortunately, neither of them are here right now. I was able to watch some of both the hearing in Springfield and the hearing in Boston over the internet on both days, and recognized a lot of impassioned testimony on the part of parents and students and municipal leaders. And frankly, what I consider to be a lot of political theater on the part of the acting commissioner of education and many legislators. What came out last week in the way of a proposal that is explained as one-time funding from the fair share tax. Well, the fair share tax is a permanent tax. The funding proposal is one-time funding, which I don't quite understand, as well as a House budget today. I have inquired of our legislators relative to the bill that came out last week what is the net effect on the towns in your districts? What is the net effect for Lunenburg? And I would repeat that same question, although I have not done so directly to our legislators relative to today's House budget. And that is an open question, which I would encourage people to repeat and reprint to their heart's content, because we need that number. And while all money at any time is sufficient, the sooner that we understand and know it, the better off we will all be. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other public comment, we move on to the chair's report. Thank you, Ms. Archambault. I did also have the House and Ways Means Committee was expected to release their FY26 budget today, prompting increased advocacy efforts at a state budget activities as it intensifies. The State House News Service reported that the Speaker Mariano's comments at a Boston Chamber of Commerce event last week was Mariano confirmed that the House Ways and Means budget will sustain funding for universal free school meals and fully support the Student Opportunity Act. However, he ruled out reforming the Chapter 70 school funding formula, despite calls from superintendents, school committees, and students at the budget hearings. When asked post-event about revising the formula, a topic Senate President Karen Spilka had shown interest in, Mariano firmly declined, stating no, too much uncertainty. Representatives now will have until Friday to submit amendments, and then we encourage the public to contact your district's representatives this week to urge them to file amendments establishing a Chapter 70 commission using the language from Senator Lewis's bill, Senate 400, and all requests outlined in the FY26 advocacy document that the 211 have been working on. From Representative Scarsdale, House Bill H4005 was finalized as H4010, an act making appropriations for fiscal year 2025 to provide for supplementing certain existing appropriations and for certain other activities and projects. It allocates one-time $1.3 billion FY24 fair share amendments, surtax surplus, and has been referred to the Senate. Key provisions to the bill were a full 100% reimbursement for FY25 regional school transportation, up from 80 to 82%, 75% reimbursement for FY25 out-of-district special education transportation costs through the circuit breaker program, increased from 44%. 75% reimbursement for FY26 OOD special education transportation costs, and a directive for the Office of Inspector General to review school transportation and provide recommendations by February 2nd, 2026 to reduce costs, enhance purchasing power, and streamline services. Also, Representative Kushmerek and Scarsdale reached out to me stating that there were $50,000 in earmarks for Lunenburg Public Schools. So that was good news, and the chair of the select board also reached out, stating the same. That's all I had. Student representatives report.
So in the middle and high school, we've been having the spring food drive, which, I mean, I know I've seen a lot of kids bringing stuff in for. We have the Spain trip leaving tomorrow and the DC trip happening next month. We've had MCAS in both the middle and high school, and I'm pretty sure at the elementary school as well. Field day for the elementary school is on June 11th, and field day is on June 12th at the primary school. And then grade 5 has their promotion ceremony June 13th.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is to review and approve minutes. We have regular session minutes from February 26, 2025. Are there any questions, comments, or feedback?
Make a motion to accept the minutes and approve them.
Second?
Any discussion? I'm just going to check to see if Laura's on the Zoom.
I think there's a nation, is the Zoom outage fixed?
We're okay, yeah, no, we have everybody, oh, yeah, we do have Laura on there, so let's do a roll call vote. I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Ms. Brzezowski?
Yes.
Mr. Beardmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Ashenbo?
Yes,
Mr. Schoenbring?
Yes.
And Mr. Laban?
Yes, thank you. Next item on the agenda is to review and approve line item transfers, warrants, and donations. We have warrants from March 27, 2025 to April 14, 2025, totaling $368,970.31.
We can do donations first.
sure.
So this evening, we have a donation in the amount of $800 from the Pereira family for STEM supplies for the primary school. This check will be deposited into the school gift account and used for future STEM supplies. And we also have a check in the amount of $1,000 from an anonymous donor to help students going to Nature's Classroom in October 2025. The check will be deposited into the gift account for Turkey Hill Elementary School. Recommend acceptance of both.
Move to accept both donations with gratitude.
I would second that.
Any discussion? All right, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Mrs. Brzezowski?
Yes.
Mr. Beardmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Ashenbo?
Yes,
Mr. Schoenbring?
Yes.
And Mr. Laban?
Yes. All right, line item transfers.
We have several. We are looking to make a transfer from the computer purchase and lease line to the equipment maintenance and lease line. Transfer amount of $19,600. The reason for the transfer is to address anticipated expenses from the Canon lease agreement for machines and paper. The reason that we needed to make this transfer, I might have mentioned to you in the past that we're receiving bills for the amount of copies that come off these copy printers. So we get these bills periodically, and it's not something that we have, as of yet anyway, put any controls or limits, caps on staff for how many prints they can make in a given window of time. So this amount of transfer should cover those anticipated bills.
I think I see it. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Please do.
This is the cost regardless of how many copies are made.
No. This
This
is
is the-
dependent upon the number of prints that come off the machine.
Okay.
We get a bill from Canon.
So like, how much of the cost is people making copies?
That's the cost. That's what that transfers to cover. I'll ask Dr. Gilson to come.
$19,600?
I'll ask Dr. Gilson to come to the microphone.
Well, you know, basically, you could implement controls on the copiers. And we do, everybody does have codes. We've been monitoring usage, and we check that every month. The principals have talked with their staff. But it is a little challenging to control the overall cost. Sometimes when we need to make copies, we need to make copies. And so
We've been looking at the data,
to guide,
and the leadership team has been looking at the data, and we will be looking to implement caps that can be put in and programmed in so that individuals cannot exceed a certain print value.
yeah.
Please know that the black and white copies are a different cost from the color copies. But we wanted to have data to take a look and watch the
The usage
ebb
to
and
see what's
flow.
reasonable?
Right, because there are
Yeah.
periods of time, like when you get to a new semester, let's say, you might see a spike in the number of copies being made. There are also spikes in the number of copies being made when it's time to put out report cards or the MCAS or the iReady results. But we've been looking at ways to make those things available digitally only for next year to reduce the cost associated with the copy.
So can I just ask you a question, Dr. Gilson? How much money are we spending on copies?
Copies.
Just copies?
I would have to go back and check the records.
It's
I
not
could certainly do that.
$19,600.
Well, that also should include the maintenance.
Okay, that's
you
right, yeah,
know,
that's what I-
right,
Yeah.
in addition to the copies, but, we can unpack that for the next time if we
Right.
need to.
It's just that
That's a lot of money.
not having controls and caps on the number, when we have controls and caps on the number, then you can budget and plan for that's your max, right? Without those caps for every user,
Yeah.
sometimes the bills come in a little higher than another month prior. So, again, we're studying the data so that we can put reasonable caps. We're not looking to make teachers' jobs any more challenging and restrict resources that they need, but we're looking to make sure that the caps that we put in place
Are reasonable based on
reasonable
the need,
and won't
otherwise,
needlessly prohibit teachers and other staff from accessing a resource that they need.
Can I, just a quick follow-up, has there been any discussion about transitioning towards like a paperless environment?
Yes, and believe it or not, we have done an awful lot of that already.
Okay.
And quite frankly, I think that, we can do a better job at the 6-12 level.
Yeah, I was
because
gonna say, with
they
kids, it's
are
hard, little
all
kids
a
are hard.
one-to-one.
Yeah.
So again, this is a leadership conversation, trying to figure out parameters that can be put in place that reduce cost, shift practice, but don't create hardships and barriers for teachers to do the job that they need to do.
Yeah.
Mr. Breeden?
Is the entire equipment maintenance and lease line of $83,500, is that entirely going to network copiers?
No. I believe that is also the Pitney Bowes postage meter. There's something else that is.
And do we own our copying equipment, or is that all leased?
Those are leased.
And our teachers and administrative staff are for the most part using network printers?
The copy machines are also the printers.
Yeah, they're network
Yep.
printers. right.
Yep.
Okay.
So we've moved away from individual printers, and even for me.
Yeah.
I print to the copier at the superintendent's.
So
office.
I'm happy to approve the transfer. We have to pay the bill.
Yep.
I would like to understand the breakdown of what our costs are, what our upfront annual cost is, what our incremental cost is, and what
Sure.
that means
Yep.
in terms of what it costs for printing. That being said, printing is expensive,
Yep.
but, ideally, our people should be using printing judiciously. And a lot of times, we are printing in lieu of textbooks that we're not buying because we're subscribing to digital content, but in some cases, you need to have a physical copy, right? And so
Correct.
I don't want to be overly restrictive. I think we just need to be judicious, and that is not an easy thing to do when you're dealing with a staff of 200 some odd people.
Correct. And it might be that teachers in a certain content area have a higher cap
Sure.
because the demand to have actual paper that they can, students can work on, or grade levels. There might be some grade levels where a print capacity would be higher than another grade. Again, we've been tracking data on this so that we can take a look and make some educated decisions around appropriate limitations, as well as like I said, exploring ways in which we can get reports out to parents electronically and not in paper print. So it's been something that we've been watching ongoing in our leadership meetings all year long.
Mr. Puccini comes in and he has all the data and he passes it out and we discuss it at all the district leadership team meetings. So that's been on our radar all year.
Do you want to do these individually, or are we gonna?
I think we just keep talking about them. I think we just talk about them. If you have other issues.
You have another transfer request in the amount of $5,000, moving from the fire safety furniture repair line to the vehicle maintenance repair line. The request for this transfer is to address a deficit in the vehicle repair maintenance line and to cover some additional upcoming expenses for truck repair and mower repair. This transfer we're anticipating will cover costs for the remainder of the year.
Questions, comments? All right.
Okay. Next, the transfer from the school salary reserve line. You might recall that we were in bargaining with two different groups last year, and we had monies in the salary reserve line. At this point in the year, in order to ensure that we've got the appropriate amount of funds in each of the salary lines, we are dispersing the salary reserve monies to all of the appropriate salary lines. So there's many, many, many salary lines in here. But essentially, the transfer at this point to cover is $311,041.69 to various salary lines.
Is this something that we've historically done earlier
Yes.
in the year?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, typically when we would do something like this, Mr. Cassidy would come in usually October, November, and move all of any salary reserve numbers to the appropriate lines.
Any other questions from the committee?
I move that we approve the line item.
Oh, I think we have one more.
Oh,
One more.
sorry, I
Four.
thought, well, I thought there were two connected here, no?
There's one more large multi-line transfer.
Expense and salary.
You have
Oh, I'm sorry.
another moving from various lines to 4 athletic lines. These monies are going to be moved to the athletic transportation line, the athletic special detail and athletic events line, the athletics dues and fees line, and the high school after-school stipends. The reason for all of these transfers over to these lines is so that we can make this first phase move, make monies available in the athletic portion of the budget, and then once those monies are in these lines, we'll be able to go back and reclassify charges that have been made against the revolving account for athletics against the local budget lines for athletics, because as we've indicated since the fall, the athletic revolving account has been operating in deficit. So at this point, we know what we need to balance out the deficit, but we're also tracking and projecting costs for the spring season as well.
So these will all be zeroed out.
The deficit Dr. Gilson confirmed, will these moves here take care of the current deficit, or will it mostly take care of the current deficit? And there's
It will
another
mostly
wave to be
take
taken
care.
care
There's
of
another,
next
there's another
meeting.
wave. Okay,
Yeah, but this will take care of a good bit of it.
yeah.
What are the questions, comments from the committee?
This is painful, this one.
Yes,
Yes,
it
it is.
is.
Um, I don't know what else to say. This is a
It's
painful
painful.
one.
It
I
is.
mean, we're we're zeroing out a lot of lines that during last year's budget process, we zeroed out,
Right.
came to the community and said, this is part of our justification for an override, is we need to beef up these expense lines. And now we're zeroing out these expense lines to cover a deficit because of poor budgeting. I mean, that is the reality of the situation. And it is what it is, but it is a note of caution to our next school committee,
Yeah.
that we gotta be really careful about relying on
One-time.
revolving funds without clarity in terms of what the expenses are that are hitting those revolving funds. And that is what we did last year without realizing.
Yeah, and I think, to be clear for the public, there was an added challenge for all of us last year. When the town offices for their finance were very short-staffed, positions were open for many months. We simultaneously went through an upgrade with Munis that was fraught with challenge. When the new town finance director came on board, they had to kind of dig out of a backlog to get things squared away. And at the same time, we did not have a finance person on the school side either. So I think by the time we figured out what the real status of the revolving account was, we had already passed our FY25 budget development. So not surprising that we're here making these moves, but I will say that for FY26, we did move quite a bit of the routine expenses into budget lines. And the things that could potentially, if need be, become a little bit more discretionary spending, moved against the revolving account. So we're very hopeful that coupled with potentially a little bit more revenue coming in because of the increased fee, the opportunity for advertising and such, that this is not a situation that will be perpetuated. I think that we've kind of righted the ship on what side of the budget should carry what types of expenses versus the revolving. So.
The other thing that's worth mentioning here is a lot of work was done this year to get us to where we now are. And I don't want to discount your work, the work of the AD, the work of the secretary for the athletics program, the work of the superintendent to get us here. Because everything that the superintendent just described was also preceded by a shell game of funding, in particular athletic expenses, to the point that it wasn't clear, there wasn't a clear, what Tony would refer to as forensic accounting, to kind of show us
Right.
what actually happened.
Right.
And
I think that.
we got to get on a clear path of good practice here.
Yep, and I think that we provided a lot of that detail in the expenses in and out.
Oh, yeah,
of
yeah,
the different
yeah.
areas, so that we are kind of level setting now. Everybody knows where those monies are, what the expenses are, revenues in, revenues out. So I think that we're on
We're on a good path.
really good path. And, again, it's all transparent at this point, but I do think that we're on a much more solid footing as we close out this year and enter into FY '26, and turning this over to a new superintendent and now a new AD.
Okay, so now can I make a motion to approve these line item transfers as
Yes.
proposed?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All right, we're ready for a roll call vote.
Mrs. Brzezowski? Maybe she's stepped away. Mr. Beardmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Ashenbaum?
Yes,
Mr. Schoenbrini?
Yes.
Mr. Leighton?
Yes.
Mrs. Brzezowski?
I don't think she's on anymore.
She might have
I
stepped
don't
away.
see her. Okay. Moving on, next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
I'm gonna swap you.
Yeah.
All right, so it is that time of year, it's transportation form time. We were a little bit late getting the transportation form out, we usually try to get that out April 1st. But because this year we'll be collecting a bus fee, we were trying to get the RevTrak set up so that we could send it out, so that payment could be made as people were, filling out their transportation form. Try as we might, we were recognizing that that was not gonna happen in a timely way, so we got the transportation forms out. Transportation forms are due by May 1st. At this point, we have received only 413 forms to date. We'd like to remind folks, please do not fill out a bus waiver form if you have already submitted a free and reduced application and qualify, because we will be relying on that. The bus waiver forms and the free and reduced applications can be found on our website, on the main page, and on the transportation page. And for anybody, if they are submitting a free and reduced application, you will also need to fill out a sharing information form and check off the third box for busing. Without this being checked, we cannot consider folks for a free and reduced bus fee. The sharing form is also available on our website, on the pages mentioned about, main page and the transportation page. In order to pay the bus fee, folks can send a check made out to the town of Lunenburg over to the central office at 1025 Massachusetts Ave. Please put in the memo section of the check that this is the bus fee. Shortly, a page on RevTrak will be made available for the families that would like to pay online. And once that RevTrak account is open and operational, we will send out a notification to families to let them know that they can now make the payment online. Additionally, details about the bus fees can be found on the website, on the transportation page. Just as an FYI, we have received to date 27 bus fee waiver requests. However, looking at those are people who are likely eligible for the free and reduced if they pursue that form. So, moving forward, payment will be due at the time folks fill out their transportation form. However, because we needed to set up the account, a new revolving account with Town Hall for these funds to come in and set up with RevTrak, we've extended till June 1st for payments to be made. Reminder for registrations, the summer program for extended day, registrations open April 28th. For the fall school year before and after school extended day program, registration opens May 5th. And for the Fall Early Learning Center program, registration opens May 19th. I also want to make the committee aware that we received notification that we have been awarded the Innovation Grant from Innovation Land Education. As a reminder, this was one of those stackable grants. Innovation Land will work with us, providing us letters of support for additional grants that we would pursue in order to complement their grant. And our current plan is to apply for both the Ryman Foundation grant and the S.C. Johnson grant, both of which have rolling application periods. I also, as a point of information for the committee, routinely our tech department repairs broken Chromebooks, replaces screens and the like. And we were out of available parts on the shelf, so it was time for us to restock to make some repairs. We had to switch vendors because the vendor that we typically use for these types of purchases, pricing went up 54% due to tariffs. So I think we all need to be prepared that it's going to be a bumpy ride relative to our funding in our current approved budget for next year, because we were basing not off of a 54% increase to some of our routine costs. So stay tuned. Also wanted to remind folks for town meeting, our food service program will be offering bagged lunches. The cost will be $8. The lunches will be available between 11 and 1 and consist of a water, a bag of chips, and a cookie, as well as different sandwich options, including turkey and cheese wrap, Italian sub, garden salad with pita, or hummus, vegetables, and pita bread. It's a cash and carry only. I have made the town manager aware that she should share the menu with her staff that will be present at town meeting, as well as with the members of the finance committee and select board. And I've suggested that they may want to get us a pre-order so that we can have theirs made and set aside so that we don't run out, and that they have their lunch. Additionally, just wanted to comment that I was one of those in attendance at the Ways and Means hearing on April 8th. I did submit written testimony advocating for some of the bills that are under consideration at the moment, and based on estimates for revenues that could come to Lunenburg if bills were passed, I can tell you that we should be able to restore, if all of them were passed, somewhere in the vicinity of nine positions. So we're gonna
Good day's work.
hope for the best that some of those actually are funded. It would be very, very helpful to have. Next regular meeting of the school committee will be May 7th at 6:30. That will be hybrid from Town Hall. And a reminder that schools and school offices are closed on Monday, this coming Monday, for the holiday. As well, schools will be closed all of next week for April school vacation. And I think that's all I have for you this evening.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the school committee?
Just one thing, in addition to Dr. Burnham, myself, Laura Brzezowski, and Mandy went, and it was a really interesting experience. Pretty much everybody had the same, like 2 or 3 complaints. I thought that the Ways and Means Committee did a good job of listening to everybody. There was a group from Gateway School District, and they were 4th graders, and they were amazing. They crushed it. So next year, if we're still in a budget crisis, I think we should gin up some 4th graders. have him come in and ask.
Oscar.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you.
While you drive.
Okay.
Yeah, they were very effective. I loved watching the Ways and Means Committee's expressions when the kids came on and then just started dropping cold, hard facts and numbers in a very adorable way.
I was like shocked because I thought like, I don't know how effective this would be. And then the chair of the Ways and Means Committee took out a cell phone. I was like, oh, he's not gonna pay attention. And then he took a picture with them in the background. I was like, okay, they're gonna get what they want. I think this is good. It was really good.
Dr. Burnham, you had mentioned 9 positions possibly being restored. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that funding would come in after the town meeting, so we would need an appropriation at a fall town meeting the town would need to make that vote.
Correct.
Is that funding reimbursement based on the previous year? So when does that reimbursement usually hit the books?
So that, not all of these bills would necessarily be reimbursement based. Some of the money might come in, some of it may be an FY '27 type of benefit that we would see.
Yeah, a number of them seem reimbursement based, so wouldn't
Yeah, like
affect.
if they increase the circuit breaker, that's a lag behind. Reimbursement on transportation, that's likely a lag behind as well.
Would those come directly to the district or to the town?
That's a good question. I would imagine they would likely go to the town, like Chapter 70 monies go to the town, but they're earmarked for education, so.
Where does circuit breaker go? Does that go to the town or does that
Yeah.
go?
It's on the cherry sheets.
Yep, it goes to the town. There's a circuit breaker account.
And that's held in.
But the monies, all the state monies go directly to the town.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that's gonna affect much for next year, but it is.
Oh, it very well could affect next year, but the problem is, I mean, this is what I've been saying since September, right? Nothing that we are experiencing right now could not have been predicted last summer. And our legislature decided that they're gonna start taking it seriously, not after the election in November, not after they were sworn in January, but in late March and April. And as a result of that, we're gonna see some money, probably in August or September, which is really convenient when you're trying to start school and figure out how you're gonna spend money that you're more than happy to receive, but it would have been nice if you knew about it when you were actually building your budget and supporting your strategy. Once again, I know I sound like a broken record. Happy to take the money, but boy, this is frustrating.
And an additional concern of mine is that it is likely to go to the town and not the schools directly until there's an actual vote at a town meeting.
Well, yeah, that's exactly it, right? I mean, you know,
There's a lot to it.
November.
All right. If there's
you
no
might
other-
think our legislators never worked in municipal government. Yet, one of our legislators was a select board member, and another of our legislators was a president of a city council. And by the way, that's not unusual for legislators in Massachusetts. You might think that they didn't know how this worked.
All right, our next item on the agenda is a presentation by the Lunenburg Municipal Building Design Committee. I don't know if Michael Ray is on Zoom. We may have to table this until he arrives. If there's no objection, I will table this until he arrives.
No objection.
Well, yeah.
Motion to table that till the arrival of whoever's gonna present it, or you're.
Yes, Michael Ray, I am not presenting it. He's prepping for the town meeting. Yeah.
No objection.
No objections, all right, moving on. Old business discussion, student activities fee restructure, Lunenburg Middle High School.
You have an update in your folder, but I would invite Dr. Gilson and Mr. Santry to come on up and just give you a quick rundown on progress and what we can anticipate at the next meeting.
So I'm gonna have Mr. Santry talk about all of the meeting dates that we've had so far, which were scheduled, and we've had a wonderful time.
Sure, we've met with my my student advisory council. We met on, I think it was April 3rd. We scheduled 2 Zoom meetings. Those were on March 20th and March 25th. In April 14th, had a discussion with the LEA board. And then we actually have a meeting scheduled for my school advisory council for the high school for tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
The student activity fees are, basically they impact every student that attends the high school. And so we want to make sure that we do our best to get it right. What it's looking like is, I would say that it's more than reasonable for the school district to provide 1/3 of the total cost for the advisor stipends and make sure that that is in the local budget. The history has suggested that over the course of a couple of years, that is what we've been able to do, even if it was unbudgeted to start. That is typically the amount that we end up funding. Okay, and I think it's more than reasonable considering that we also support athletics. So, right now, what I see after listening to all the feedback is that there are 2 possible options. And one is to consider a fee increase. The fee has not been increased. Some people say it's 23 years. I don't have that confirmation, but it's been a long time. So looking at what we need to bring in, I took a look at, I based it on 346 students, which is about 77% of the student enrollment. The other 23% of the students are free and reduced lunch. And so fee and reduced lunch are automatically waived from the fee, so they don't incur a fee at all. So that's option one. We will need to raise the fee from $55 to $70 to make ends meet. And then we also recognize that there are students that are much more involved and other students that are not involved at all. So we are considering another option, and the other option is to define the a universal student activity fee for activities that influence the school. And these can include certain things like pep rallies, competitive class plays, homecoming, graduation, and class-sponsored activities. And then what we also are taking a look at, if students pay a universal fee and they're not as involved, for students that are very involved, perhaps they pay one additional fee for any of the options that include drama. I'm looking at like Big Sibs, Best Buddies, gaming, GSA, as the connection and identity clubs, art clubs, academic clubs, and all music clubs. So there would be just one fee and you'd have an opportunity to participate in all of those things. So we feel that that's fair, but also too, it's not only being fair, but it's manageable, because you can't continue to collect fees and try to manage all of the updates with a smaller office staff. So we're trying to be realistic, and in terms of our meeting with the LEA board and other clubs and advisors, and through our feedback channels, we've been looking at setting a minimum number of enrolled students for each activity, for the activity to run. We are reviewing the number of meetings expected per club, because all of the different tiers, they're all different prices. There are 8 tiers. And so why wouldn't we have a uniform number? What's the expected number of meetings for the value of the club? So we're working to define that. Clubs that require transportation or materials fee, we would charge additional amounts, and that could be easily managed. So we're gonna anticipate, we have one more round of feedback to go, and that is tomorrow night, or tomorrow afternoon. I'm already in the evening. That's a little scary. You know, so we're looking at bringing back a recommendation based on all the feedback that we've absorbed, and we're trying to be understanding of parents at home. We're trying to respect the fact that we want, if we are going to be in a position to have to charge fees, and they haven't increased for a long time, that we're trying to make them reasonable and realistic for parents. And we'll look forward to bringing a final recommendation at the May 7th meeting. Okay? Does anybody have any questions?
I appreciate that these options decrease the administrative load,
Yeah,
especially
right.
losing a secretary at the high school.
Yeah,
I
that was a
appreciate that
prime
was
consideration. Yeah.
Because I felt that, I do appreciate that, because charging per activity was going to become
Yeah.
administratively difficult. So, yeah, I like the compromise
Yeah.
with that option.
So,
I have to say, I also did not expect the side effect, you know, an unanticipated benefit of this is looking at the expectations of these different tiers of clubs and the stipends associated with them. I have had the long suspicion that this has been somewhat ad hoc in terms of our approach, or self-managed on the part of the individual advisors. And I think that this makes great sense to take a look at that while we're doing this, so that the parents and students who are investing in this can also expect a certain amount of activity associated with that. So I'm really pleased to hear that.
So we're undecided right now about what the fee structure will look like for those other activities, option 2. And as we go there, there's a potential that we might put out a Google form to take some data, because we really, we don't have any idea about what the balance is or the imbalance with kids who would pay just a user fee and not participate as much, and other kids who would love to participate as much. So we're gonna have to get some potential data on that, which we can do. So.
I very much appreciate the option to having a child that didn't do anything and a child that did everything. So, and I do know that the activity fee was $35 in 2008.
Okay.
So I don't know when it jumped.
That's good to know.
Mr. Scolambrini?
No comments.
Thank you for your work on this. I appreciate reaching out to different stakeholders. I think that's important.
Yeah.
And
It's
giving
really,
the options.
it's been a joint effort,
Yes, thank you.
and we've enjoyed every minute of it.
Dr. Gilson, you put in the yeoman's work on this, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There's some old adage that, never let a good crisis go to waste. And I think that, these are the benefits of
Yeah.
actually having to really look at some of our spending and revenue sources, and better understand the ins and outs of this, and the
Believe me,
quality management.
I better understand every one of those
Yeah,
accounts.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Next item on the agenda is the athletic summer camps updates.
So the update I have for you, and for anybody who may not already be aware, A.D. Bigelow has accepted a new position. He will be resigning effective June 30th. That said, we did reach out to the Board of Health. There is a rather lengthy checklist of things that we would have to take care of and be compliant with. a lot of it is having written documents and procedures and practices and the like. Given the short timeline, I'm not confident at this point that we're going to be able to satisfy all of the Board of Health requirements. I know that they're working on it. If we can manage to pull that all together in the next couple of weeks, then maybe we're still in good shape to run some of the camps this summer. However, I think it's worthwhile to continue making progress on all of that paperwork, because I do think long-term, this is an avenue that we want to be able to pursue, even if we can't pull it together in time for this summer. So if anything changes, if it's a definite yes or a definite no, I'll come back and I'll let you know. But right now, I just wanted to give you an update that I'm not feeling very confident that we'll be able to pull it all together in a timely enough manner to run camps this summer. But you never know. Surprises can happen.
Our next meeting is in 3 weeks from now because of the calendar thing with the first and third Wednesday.
Okay.
Is there anything that you need from the school committee relative to this? If you decided that yes, we're a go, I mean, we're not pending any action here.
I don't think so. It's a matter of, can we create all of the written documentation, procedures, protocols, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of it is health related, so we'd have to involve our nurses.
But if it's a go, you're not waiting on us.
I don't think that there's anything that I'd be waiting on the committee for. In reviewing the files, I don't recall that there was anything that would have required sign off or a formal vote of the school committee relative to the Board of Health paperwork that we need to do. So I know that there are some folks working on it, and if we can make it work, we will. But I just wanted a reality check, and it's possible that it may not happen.
All right, we do have Mr. Michael Ray Jeffries on, so we are going to the presentation of the Lunenburg Municipal Building Design Committee. Michael Ray? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me with you this evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm with you this evening. I'd like to just give you an update on the Municipal Building Design Committee. A couple things that we're working on. First, that I'd like to discuss with you is the Brooks House. And then the second thing is just previewing or reviewing what we have for the new town hall, new school district offices, and the meeting house. Let me see if I have the ability to share my screen.
We don't have a projection, so it won't do us.
Can we pop up there?
Okay. Did I hear that you don't have a projector in the room?
Maybe not.
We might.
Give us a minute.
Yeah.
I haven't started sharing. I'm just sitting here.
All right. It is up, Michael Ray.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and share the screen. All right.
Thank you.
And can you see this?
Yes.
All right. So the first thing I want to go over is at the special town meeting in the fall, one of the articles that was put forward by the Architectural Preservation District, and I just want to review this with you, was to see if the town did vote for this, and we'll go into what the requirements are. For the select board to look into, at the Brooks House, defining a lot of minimally compliant size for the property that includes at least 4 parking spaces as a part of the property, conveying to the buyer or leasee and their successors and assigns a non-exclusive perpetual easement for the purpose of using up to 8 additional parking spaces nearest to the property to accommodate customers of any business located therein from the lot of the town-owned library on 1023 Mass Ave. 3, conveying to the buyers or lessees and the successors and assigns a non-exclusive perpetual easement for the purpose of using the existing driveway and parking lot of the town-owned library on 1023 Mass Ave for the purpose of vehicular and pedestrian access to the property. 4, consulting with the school committee and relevant parties on the recommendation to be contained in the report. 5, advising on the terms and conditions the select board deems reasonable and necessary to protect the interests of the town. And 6, advising on the methods and costs of placing the property for sale or lease by appropriate legal means at the town's disposal, with the intent of offering the property for sale or long-term lease by this coming October, and continually retendering the offer until the property is sold or leased, or take any action relative thereto. So, after the special town meeting, as you know, the Municipal Building Design Committee was a little focused on the other projects, so it does not appear as though we're going to fully be able to meet this deadline. But we do want to be able to come to the voters at the annual town meeting just with an update. And so why I'm mentioning this to you and why I'm asking, I'm going to be asking you a couple questions here in a moment. But I think the vision here is that the task at least is to be able to take this property and put it into non-municipal hands for the preservation of the property. The Municipal Building Design Committee, in our process, we were charged with looking at the Brooks House as well as T.C. Passios, Ritter Town Hall, and in all the iterations that the Municipal Building Design Committee came up with, we identified this as surplus. That there wasn't a good municipal use that we could identify that would work well, and the only partial use that we thought could work potentially could be for like a facility director. For either the schools or the town facility director not interested, and they're captured in the other project. So really it's about how do we take this property that is historic and be able to preserve it in commercial hands. Because it's located right at the entrance of the, going into the middle high school and the TCP area, all of that, as you know, is one large parcel. I just want to capture, as we go through this, any things that come to your mind that we need to be mindful of. Any considerations that you want us to make sure that we have key here, because at this stage of the process, we don't know what that end user could be. We're not identifying what that use is, but we do intend to be able to say, hey, based on parking calculations, etc., here are the uses that could comply with our existing bylaws. So I'm just here tonight first to capture your feedback, thoughts on, as we think about this moving away from municipal into non-municipal, what do you need us to be focused in on?
I'll turn it over to the committee. Any comments on the Brooks House?
I would just say, like, make us money. Right, like, if we're not gonna use it as a municipal property, pursue avenues that would allow it to generate revenue for the town. Like, unless it's a head shop, like, make us money.
Mr. Beardmore?
Yeah, I think that this is an option that we need to pursue at a minimum as a means of not having the Brooks House as a financial drain on our general fund. Every year, sitting on the capital planning committee for the last 3 years, the Brooks House has been a discussion, and in almost 2 of those 3 years, it was the topic of requests that were not funded because of other priorities and a lack of programming for for that building. So, and I appreciate the work of the Municipal Building Committee and Mr. Jeffries, just to try to resolve this thing, because it's just been hanging out there for way too long. And yes, it is an old building of some historical value, and I understand the desire by some members of the community to preserve and retain it, but frankly, I since it was used as our, as our headquarters of our school many, many years ago, I don't think that we as a town have seen the value of that building. And I think it was leased for a brief period of time to the previous owner of the Lunenburg Ledger for a period of time and that sort of thing. But I don't think we've garnered any value from that building for a very long time. So hopefully this can turn into something, because the alternative is the building needs to go away, in my opinion.
Thank you. Ms. Brzezowski? Ms. Archibald?
I would agree with Peter. We've got to do something with this building. It would be nice if it could, as Tony mentioned, give us some revenue at the same time, but we cannot keep paying or not paying upkeep and watch it demolish itself. So I'm very happy to see whatever they can manage to put together for this building to have it be done.
Thank you. I would agree with all the other members. Hopefully that gives you some good feedback, Mr. Jeffries.
It does. It absolutely does. Okay, that's really good. So what I'm not hearing is, which I appreciate what you're not saying, is I didn't hear tonight any concerns about the in-use. So I just want to make sure I'm capturing that correctly, that whatever this use is, whether it's commercial, if it's even potentially residential, that there's no conflict so long as it's being used, generating some income. Everyone sounds like they're on board with whatever that use may be. Am I capturing that correctly?
I mean, there's legal protections around what can open near a school, so we're protected there as far as the uses that would be truly awful. Trying to think of something, having a hard time.
Cannabis place.
There's,
You can't do that.
there's,
You
yeah,
can't do
there's,
that.
yeah, so,
So no concerns?
but yeah, I think my only thing would be as long as the driveway doesn't cut into the school driveway, but then we could still talk about it.
The plan is the library parking,
Yeah,
so
because
that's
the
your point of
parking lot
entrance.
behind there is already, there's already an existing lot there and it works. I'm really excited this building might get used. It's been sitting empty and I'm
I
just
think
happy
that's the
about-
hope, is to get it used.
Yes.
I'm happy about forward
Something.
progress, that we're making forward progress in town instead of just throwing up our hands and saying, well, not everyone loves that plan, so let's just do nothing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. If I may switch gears, I don't know, Mr. Chair, if it's routine for the superintendent to opine with the committee members. May I invite any comments that she may have?
I don't have any additional comments.
Thank you. All right, now let me switch gears to the municipal building design. So I've met with you several times before. We've certainly engaged in conversation about what the hopes and plans are for the town hall. So I just want to provide you with a really brief update of kind of where we're at and what we are looking to, what we're going to be coming to the annual town meeting with. So if I may share one more time, and I will be floating through some of these screens quickly. So, all right, looks like we all see it.
Yes.
And let me just try to enlarge this as best I can. All right. So we're like I said, I'm going to be sliding through this a couple ways. So this rendering, which I know we've all seen before, is the left side is the Ritter Building and the right side is the new town hall. As we look at some of these renderings, this is just showing what it could look like for the 300th anniversary. Because if all goes well, this will be complete and open for our 300th anniversary. So that's always pretty exciting. This is looking at it from the back view, coming in from the back area toward the town hall. You can see the existing town hall off in the distance. We see Ben Larry's over here. And we have that nice covered walkway, nice side entrance here where we expect most people will likely come into the building. This is showing the front view, front door view, again, covered kind of walkway. We have farmers market type activities up here. It gives people a place in case it rains to come out, but again, keeping with the look of the center of town. As you walk in that front door, this is just what's being proposed as what that could look like. And our pricing calculations go off of what we're looking at here. So you come in that front door where again we think most people will be coming in the side door here, but you have the assessor's office, you have the town clerk back here, and in this right corner in the very back is where we would have the tax collector. And then there's a central elevator located in the building. And so if you were to take it to the second floor and look back toward the current town hall, this is just a nice look down that hallway. Board of Health would be at the very end here, and to the left here, we would have the building commissioner type services. This area depicts the school entrance. So the plan here is for public schools to have a new district home office. A couple cool features here to look at. One is the slightly gently sloped walkway that would allow anyone from any different mobility type to be able to start at the same position and end at the same position before coming into the door. This is really critical as we think about ADA and equity, ensuring that we don't have entrance 1 for primary or able-bodied individuals and then entrance B for those who aren't as able-bodied. This is in keeping with the spirit of the law and certainly the letter of the law. The intent here is also to reuse some of the existing field stones that are currently located in the parking lot and make use of them to kind of help build what will be a nice little garden here around this sloped walkway. So I'm going to scroll up and quickly and just show you a couple other areas that are the most relevant, I think, for the school committee. So again, I'm just going through this presentation and going into the floor plan. So as we look at the floor plan for what we call the first floor, not everyone I think looks at floor plans. So let me just see if there's, where to start here. So as we think about the existing Ritter building footprint, what we're talking about is this is probably the better way to look at it. We have our existing Ritter building, we have the parking lot that will be located here. We have some adjacent parking close to the building, but the primary lot would be located on 30 School Street in front of what is the Historical Commission's building, as well as where the old primary school used to be. And this again functions as a primary area. One of the things, let me just scroll forward a bit just to show floor plan of the new town hall. So what is now the Ritter building would fully and totally be the school district's home. We've met with the superintendent. I know that this has come before the committee before, but just to highlight, you have that walkway area. Everyone again lands at the same space. You have ADA compliant doors that let you come in here. The existing bathrooms remain in their current location, but we would put in a new lift. That would be a 2-floor lift, look more similar to an elevator, unlike the lift that's currently in the building. What is now the land use area would become the ACE area, large kind of central area with some desks located in the back kind of area. One of the requests that the superintendent and other school district office members requested was for there to be somewhat of a reception area so that way when parents come in, they need to fill out paperwork or meet one-to-one with an administrator, that they have that room to offer them that kind of privacy to do that. What we then have is next to the lift, we have the stairs that go up. The stairs do kind of enclose you so that way you're not getting too far. And then you land in what's called a bullpen or the special service executive assistant area. This is going into the lower level of the building, so it'll go down rather, lower level of the building. MEP is mechanical, electrical, plumbing. This is the current boiler room essentially. We would be expanding out the footprint a little bit here of what is the kitchen, and this would be used program, but the ACE program has the laundry facilities, the washer dryer type facilities, that kitchenette facilities to facilitate those life skills that those students are learning. And then in the lower level, we would also have some special service storage area and then the special service director. We do have a door here, and this would be controlled access between the two buildings. The real intent here is that we would expect that most staff would likely come in through Town Hall and come into the building this way, but that the public in general would not, and that the public would make use of the existing parking lot in front of Ritter, and the public would come in the front doors for the Ritter Building School District offices. As we look at the second floor, we know that the area to the right here is a large room. It's not a two-floor area. So what we have on the second floor as you come up, again, a larger bullpen type area where we have executive assistants, your accounts payable, your registrar could be located up here. And then we have the superintendent's office. This would be located right where the old staircase used to be, the old or original entrance into the building, and now is the portion of Lisa Norman's office right now. So what we have here is we have the hallways that aren't as wide anymore. They're getting a little smaller to make good room for some of the offices that we're going to accommodate here with the superintendent, the HR business or a manager, finance director, a little bit of room here for record storage because we will be removing an existing staircase. We have the food service director, director of facilities, and the director of teaching and learning. And then again, we do have a door here that is controlled access point, so that way as staff members come in, they can come in off the first floor, come up the staircase, take the elevator, and have that access into the area. It also provides you with a second mode of egress. There's a couple of shared areas here. So we have a bathroom bank is located in the town hall portion of the building. There is that student bathroom that would be in the kitchenette area. You also have those bathrooms on the first floor, but we also have a larger battery of bathrooms located on the second floor, where we know most of the staff will likely be anyway. So it's a quick walk down the hallway to get there. We also have a copy room and a shared copy room that could work as well. We do expect that there likely will be some copy equipment within the footprint of the Ritter, but we do have, again, that area for that. And then as well as a staff break room. So the staff break room will be shared with the municipal side, and so that really will help facilitate kind of those conversations around the water cooler. I want to highlight the distance between the town manager office and the superintendent office, that this will certainly facilitate more collaboration, and really, I think, putting us under one roof. The real vision here is one community. So one thing that's not depicted here are conference rooms. And so, one of the things that we were concerned about was, given the functions that occur in these buildings, was buildings or replicating too much space. So what we're losing here is we already have an existing conference room in the lower level of Ritter, and we also have a smaller conference area on that first floor in the Ritter. So where this gets replicated at is in what we call the meeting house. This is just a side view to kind of show what these elevations are as we go across from building to building. But let me go down to the town hall portion. I think I'm going the right direction. I may have gone the wrong direction. I apologize. Give me 1 second here just to get to the right slide. Going up. Perfect. So the town hall, because again, we are losing 2 small conference areas in the existing Ritter building, and there's a couple of downsides to those conference areas. One is that it's in an office space where you do have public information, but it's still going to an office space in the Ritter. So what we show here is what the new town hall will be, or the existing town hall will become the meeting house. To make this an ADA building, again, important that everyone from all mobility types can come in the front door. So while we retain the ramp for the side, it will be accessible through the front door. So That will be an exterior modification. Right now, we know there's a step up, so that way the sidewalk is regraded to be level with that threshold. When you come into the existing meeting or the new meeting house, what is now the office for the assessor will become a small conference room. What is now the town clerk's office and copy area and part of the HR area, payroll area will now be a smaller conference room or another conference room B as we're saying here, about 450 square feet, pretty notable size. And then the back area here, which is currently where the finance area, the tax collector, town accountant, etc. This would become another conference room. We looked into an elevator in this building, and one of the primary issues is the shaft for that elevator. That to really dig in and get into it, we would need to remove a portion of this building to put in an elevator. And so what seemed to be the most cost-effective answer here was to put in a lift, nothing like the one that we currently have. This will be very elevator-like, but it won't have that pit at the bottom, and it will technically be a lift. We also create some storage area back here as well, so that way, as we have different groups, different meetings, a place to store those kinds of things. We retain in here an office space. This is future-proofing. There's no use for this office, but it gives us the ability to expand in the future. And what is now the vault on that first floor could function as storage space. So a couple good benefits to the community is that when the superintendent wants to meet with her entire team, everyone who works in the district, there's a couple different offices that provide that option for you. Any team meetings, that could occur. Let's say you have the principals and vice principals want to have a meeting. It provides you with really premium space to be able to do that. And again, I want to highlight here that we're adding in more bathroom space on the first floor to accommodate some of that. This building does not comply with our existing bathroom requirements in the town. Basically, based on these uses, we would need to have 16 toilets in the building. 16 toilets will eat up a significant chunk of a floor. So we are going into this with the vision that we will be seeking a variance from the ZBA to not need to comply with what are the bathroom requirements. But again, community gains and the school department gains some high quality storage space, conference space in the building. As we go into the second floor, we create what's called a gallery, wonderful space for students and members of the community to display artwork along these walls. And this would be the landing area when you come up into the second floor. And then what we do here is we remove the assistant town manager's office, we remove the town manager's office, and bring this room back to its original size. We change the orientation of this bathroom so that way you're not walking in from the side area. So we do change the door for the bathroom. We keep cable access control, and then keep cable accesses basically control room up here as well. Here we also put in that lift, that slightly different location. We retain some storage up here. We maintain the stage. There is an existing office up here, and we also retain that. So again, we have a building now that has some future proofing to it. It can accommodate many members of the community in a larger building. And what really I think is one of the highlights here is that for the community, when we have those artists that want to rent out conference room A for a gallery, art show, that we can do that. When you have the nonprofit groups that need to meet, they have the capacity and ability to do that. And really for the staff, we create conference rooms and meeting rooms that have a community focus during the day and evening, and have a really heavy town department and municipal focus during the day. So I'm here tonight again just to, I stopped screen sharing, just to share this with you. Again, I know we've all seen this before, and I want to thank the superintendent and the district for all the work that they've done to assist us in trying to get to this point. And I just want to lay out kind of what comes next. So in the Massachusetts way that buildings need to get constructed, that, I think it's worthwhile mentioning a little bit of history here, that our procurement laws are meant to protect the taxpayer. There was a lot of fraud that was happening in the 1960s. And there was a commission that was created to be able to look into how to minimize some fraud and waste in public construction. A lot of buildings getting fully designed, never getting built, a lot of taxpayer dollars getting wasted. So where we're at now is our process says, hey, we need to have a schematic design. Once we get to that schematic design point, then we're at a point where community can decide if they want to move forward. The next step here is construction documents. Construction documents take time and they're expensive to produce, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Because we know the value of this project at roughly $23 million for all the buildings and all the work, we're also required to hire what's called an owner's project manager. They also get, certain, not percentage, but typically they get a certain percentage of the overall project. So before we start incurring all of those costs that really we're going before the town now to see if we can get the funding to move forward, but the design doesn't stop. When the community decides to move this project forward, there will be more design. As we go through a detailed engineering process, which we did do some of it on this end, but as we go through that, there will be some changes. There will be some modifications. I think we owe it to the public to provide a building that's substantially similar to what we're asking them to vote on, but there will be some additional modifications. I want to highlight that the space that currently exists in the ACE program, that provides the school committee, in my view, with some future proofing. That in the future, if when the Turkey Hill project moves forward, and the school decides on how they're going to address that building and the student body population that currently is in Turkey Hill, it gives the schools an opportunity to add the ACE program or as an accessory part of the building, or to be able to segregate it better within the building if needed. And then that would allow the district and the Ritter building to be able to expand their footprint into what is now that ACE program. And so, really I think that this plan as we've presented it accounts for a lot of the existing needs, provides for that expansion potential, but really, I think we all know that we're in this environment where we've been operating sometimes what feels like silos, and there's a lot of value in us all being under one roof. If anyone watches what happens when a member of the public needs to get a permit or anything else like that, where they're walking back and forth across the street, this really does resolve a lot of that and minimizes that foot traffic across the street really during the day to those staff meetings that are better in person and that can't be accomplished through remote meetings. So I just want to thank you for your time and certainly want to pause for any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffries. I'll turn it over to the committee for any questions or comments.
I do want to say thank you for taking the school's input so well and working with the superintendent on those plans. I think they worked really well for us. I'm still not thrilled about the lack of conference space. I think I'm not the superintendent and I'm not an admin, but I think from what I've seen, I think it's a very collaborative work environment, and there is a lot of meetings, so I am a little concerned about all those walls, but I'm also wondering if maybe that's just a function of where we are currently and the large classroom sizes. So I'll leave that up to Dr. Burnham's opinion, but I am grateful for taking all of the feedback into account and the solution that was come up with. And it is a beautiful building.
Mr. Beardmore?
I support this. I know that we are in a tremendously difficult financial position as a town when it comes to our omnibus budget. And I know that it's going to be very difficult for people to look at this in isolation relative to the broader financial challenges that we have. That being said, this is a little bit different in terms of our approach. And I think that this puts us in a direction to finally address what have been very long-standing problems, like multiple generational long-standing problems. And I really hope that we can take this step. It is not perfect, but it is enormously better than our current condition. and I think represents very good value when taken in its totality. And I support it, and I hope it passes.
Thank you. Ms. Archibald?
I know that I have been saying for a long time, we need to keep this moving. And I agree that we have to keep this moving. This is a good plan. And as Mr. Beardmore said, it's not perfect, but I haven't run into anything that is perfect. I think it's a very good plan, and it has my support as well.
Thank you. Mrs. Scalabrini?
I am concerned that we are spending money on this building when we are in a financial crisis that will get worse.
Excuse me, I'm having some difficulty hearing Mr. Scalabrini.
Ms. Mykoff?
I said, I'm in, I don't know if I support it. I am concerned that we are, as a town, spending a lot of money moving forward on this project when we are in a financial crisis that will undoubtedly get worse. When we started the budget process, we didn't have tariffs that essentially added 50% of cost onto our computers. Whatever we're doing next is going to be beset by all kinds of financial challenges that come and go every day, change every week, and I think that spending this much money on a building that I totally agree that we need at a time when the town is in crisis is probably not the best way to allocate our resources.
Thank you. I just want to extend a thank you to Mr. Jeffries and the whole Lunenburg Municipal Building Design Committee for their work on this. I agree with the fellow members that nothing is perfect, but I appreciate all the work that the committee has put in. For the public's sake and for Mr. Jeffries, later on in our agenda, we will be taking action on the warrant articles, all that are school-related, and making our recommendation. So I appreciate you coming tonight and presenting and answering any questions that we had. Dr. Burnham, did you have any questions or comments?
Nothing other than thank you very much for working with me and the entire team through the process. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening.
All right, moving on. Next item on the agenda was the school committee goals. I'm okay if we pass this over if there's any objection.
This is not for me.
Who needs batteries?
Okay.
All right, we will continue. We have a busy agenda tonight.
Yep.
Next item is an action item, Turkey Hill ADA study report.
All right, so I will invite Dr. Gilson to the table.
And Dr. Burnham, if you could bring up the ADA study on the back screen. I would like to introduce Kaya Savasta, who is our architect from CSS Architects, and she worked with her team to conduct a study with the Turkey Hill building, and I would love for her to be able to describe major parts of the study that she feels are worthy of bringing to our attention. Okay. Kaya, are you with us? Kaya? Where I saw her on the screen. Oh, there she is. Kaya is right in the middle, there she is. All the way up to the top. Yep, and she's
There's
muted.
nothing I can do.
There's nothing.
Just to unmute.
Oh,
There we go.
Kaya. Oh, great, perfect.
I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Um,
And, all right,
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
yes.
Okay, I can,
And
Continue on, so-
if you could bring up the other.
hi.
report.
So,
I'll show you.
Thank you for having me present, but I guess I don't know what Susan said for an introduction because I couldn't hear anything. We are just wrapping up our study of the conditions and assessment and ADA compliance for Turkey Hill. We do have a draft that we submitted, and we are going to basically hopefully get some input from the committee to finalize this study. It's a study, but also schematic design. Thank you, Susan. So I do have, there is a summary in the beginning, but I did write a letter too, to make it easier to summarize basically what we had done, which is not this, it actually expands on this study summary. But the intent of this was to basically review the school building components, both exterior and interior, and that includes the roof, it includes the windows, it includes the doors, it includes the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing components. It includes the condition. It includes looking at all the reports that were submitted, and it includes the fire protection also. So the report basically summarizes the things we looked at, which I just mentioned, and it gives our recommendation of what we would recommend. And again, that is based on not any really input from the school yet. It's just based on what our opinion. So I think it would be helpful to get some more input on the options and recommendations to include in the study. I think it's pretty clear that the roof is way beyond its useful life and should be replaced. The windows are original. They are very poor condition, and it's very clear that they also should be replaced. They're single pane glass. They're all rusted steel. They probably don't work very well anymore. So those two items together right there, basically if you do those two items, that then kicks in the full AAB compliance, the accessibility compliance for the school. So knowing that, we did look at the accessibility in great detail, only because this was supposed to be an ADA mainly study. So there's been numerous studies done on this school since 2006, 2007, I believe. Looking at the school, looking at all the components, looking at the conditions, looking at the issues, making recommendations. So again, I looked at all those previous studies, and then I evaluated what has been done since those studies. What, of any of those items that were recommended, have been implemented? And there obviously were very few things that were implemented from those studies and previous reports. I think we did have, as far as accessibility, the door levers were all replaced with lever handles. That was one thing. The counter at the offices was lowered to allow someone in a wheelchair to be able to pull up and have access. Their gym bleachers were replaced, I guess, to be more compliant. Drinking fountains were replaced. And there were a couple doors that were replaced with 3-foot doors. A lot of the doors are not 3 feet wide, which that's one of the items that is required for egress and also for compliance. The boys' locker rooms aren't used anymore. So we did not spend a lot of time thinking about that or coming up with a design because they're not needed. What they want to do with those spaces, I didn't get any input on suggestions for a use for those spaces. I know that they're going to be replacing some of the doors, so we included information about what is going to be done. So there's going to be a project that's going to replace 4 doors, 2 of the main entry doors, which is good. And then there is also a project, and I'm not sure if it went ahead, to do upgrade of the fire alarm and security systems. So we just mentioned that in our report. And then our engineers reviewed all of the components: fire alarm, electrical, mechanical, HVAC, and plumbing. And they've come up with, basically the review of the evaluation of the existing conditions, and they also have come up with recommendations for different options of what to do. So it's all very detailed. You can see there's a lot of information in this report. But I think the main issue with the board is you want this school, or you're trying to evaluate whether the school, you should put money into the school to bring it into the future, to have it provide for the needs 20 years plus, and what needs to be done to do that. So again, priority to me is roof and windows. Priority to me is building envelope. You want to keep the water out. You want to maintain the interior of the building. You need to protect the exterior envelope. So to me, priority is that, getting that done. Now, you can get funding from the MSBA. You probably realize that from the ARP programs. We've been doing working with the MSBA, with the ARP since 2010, since they started the project with the program. So we've done numerous schools. Windows, roofs, boilers. Now they don't do boilers unless you want to electrify your school. That in itself is very expensive. And we touched on it, we explained what the cost would be, but I'm not recommending that option. Your interior components, I know you were concerned about the interior, whether it needs a facelift. Yes, it probably does need a little bit of a facelift. The flooring, mostly VCT flooring, there's some ori tile and tile in the kitchens and toilet rooms. That is in basically good condition. Some of the original flooring is still there near the cafeteria. That it's probably going to have some asbestos materials, maybe mastics if it isn't the tile itself. So, but it's intact. It's not in bad shape. But if you do want to replace the flooring, that would have to be abated. I know some of the floors have been replaced and abated throughout, and I know you do have a HERA report that needs to be updated. It hasn't been updated since 2019. That needs to be updated every 3 years.
What's in your bag? What is this?
So,
This is the stuff I just...
is there a question?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So yes, you could go ahead and it needs to be painted, but those are small items compared to the larger items. And if you want to look at the existing condition photos, which are scrolling through, these are the ramps that you have connecting the classroom link, as you can see there. The windows, I have pictures of the windows and that are really poor condition. The exterior masonry is not bad. It's pretty good shape. There's only a couple areas, and that's been like this for a while. Windows, again, very poor shape, very, very poor shape of windows. And you have a lot of solar panels on your roof, which the lease is up this year. And basically, if you want to do the roof replacement, you have to remove these panels, obviously, to do that. Whether you want to buy new panels or do another lease agreement with solar panels, that would be up to the school. You certainly can, but that again is up to the school. So, as part of the accessibility, all of the toilet rooms would have to be upgraded. They're not compliant at all. So as part of this full building compliance, all of them would have to be compliant. We did schematic design plans, basically more than schematic designs, really. We're showing you how to upgrade these toilets to meet the compliance. You have a number of casework areas and sinks that aren't compliant. So again, as part of the full building compliance, you'd have to either remove those or upgrade those. You have this wonderful courtyard, which isn't accessible because of the threshold, the change in grade at the door, and the material would not be compliant for someone in a wheelchair. Again, we provided some design options for that. Your entry, your main office area, there's some issues. Even though you did fix the counter, we have some issues with clearances for the doors, door clearances, not having your 18 inches on the pull side or what have you. Access into the nurse's bathroom. The bathrooms in there not compliant. The vertical lift you have that ramp is not compliant, and the vertical lift is very old. Probably should be replaced. Teachers, this is I think the old home ec room, which is I was told is I'm not really sure actually if it's a teacher's dining area or something, but again, those aren't compliant. They'd have to either come out or be made compliant. Your double doors, in your hallways, those are only 5-foot openings. They don't comply. You'd have to either take those out and put new doors in, which we've shown actually, that would be compliant. Your doors to your classrooms are compliant as long as they don't have a closer and a latch. I don't think they have closers. And then your egress paths outside of your egress doors are not compliant because the slope is too great. Your stairways, they do not have continuous inner handrails. And then outside you need a curb cut. There's a lot of accessibility items. We pointed them all out. We have them itemized. We have costs for them. So you can see all of these items broken down. I have them under categories in the cost estimate, which I think is probably in here, we can see. But again, the options for the MEP is either, option one would be either replace items that are broken or failing in kind as you need to. As I said, you can't get an MSBA ARP funding for boilers, gas boilers anymore, but they're probably reaching I think they're working now fine, but they're reaching the end of their pretty much useful life once they get to be like 25 or 30 years old. So that's all about the boilers and the controls. And the second option would be a full replacement of all of your components. Again, just keeping it gas-fired and keeping and replacing some of the convectors in the classrooms with a new ERP system. And things like that, which I'm not the engineer, so I'm not gonna try to go in and explain all the MEP stuff. So this section 4 is all your options and your solutions and pros and cons of each one. So again, roofs, skylights, windows and doors, accessibility, which we have, you know, again, if you spend more than $500,000, you have to have accessible entry, accessible toilets, if you're doing window and roof replacements. If you spend more than 30% of the value of the building, you have to upgrade everything. So that's basically that. And again, fire alarm, electrical systems. Oh, the other thing is, if you spend more than 30% of the assessed value, you're supposed to put in sprinklers in the building.
If we,
You know, again, some of this is, you know, determined by how the building inspector might interpret some of it, or whether they would allow you to put some of these things off. I know as far as accessibility, there's some items we would go for variances. We wouldn't even try to, we wouldn't fix it. We could just try to go for variance. Certain things you know you're not going to get a variance on, but it's always worth a try to go and get some variances for some items. Or I'll say, listen, we can't do that now, but we'd like to, we will do it later. We don't have the money.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Beardmore?
So, first of all, thank you for your report and for your work on this.
Yeah.
I apologize for just cutting right to it. We're in the middle of a very long meeting tonight. And I want to move this topic along, if at all possible. Clearly, this is a pretty stark situation, and you know, I feel that at least we're making progress. There's been a lot of conversation about this building over my term on the school committee, with a lot of opinion in terms of what we can and can't do. And my personal goal for this project was to get the facts laid out so that we can make informed decisions about how we're going to do this going forward. Do we build a new building? Do we continue to duct tape and bubble gum this building, et cetera, et cetera? And my interpretation from what you just reported is we need to think about introducing this building to a bulldozer and replacing it.
no, that she literally says the cost to replace the school would far exceed the cost to repair, replace and upgrade.
But how much?
Well, I came up with about 16, if you did everything I have, everything, about 16 million. If you want to replace the school, probably close to 100 million. So yeah, it's a lot more to replace the school than to
so you think that
fix it.
with the and again, we need to program an elementary school for grades 3, 4, and 5, right? Right now we have a middle school that was programmed for a middle school in the 1960s. So.
Yeah, and I cannot speak to the educational program. We're not school architects that we get involved in programming and the requirements for educational for the grades. We're mostly a building architects and component architects. I mean, I know the class sizes seem to be probably adequate for what we've seen for elementary schools.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the classroom space. What I'm concerned about is the environment, the building, the long-term use of the building. I want to really get to 2 points because I'm hearing 2 things and I'm not really clear in terms of the financial aspects of this. The MSBA has programs for things like roofs and windows and heating systems. The issue with that building right now is not the boilers. It's the units that we have in the classrooms, our ability to circulate heat in the building. those units in the classrooms are original. They've been there
Yeah.
since 1967.
And I do have the engineer on board if you have any questions.
Well, my question is what's the shortest path to success there, and what's the cost?
Well, maybe John Cotton can speak to that.
Because if it's not electric, then we're gonna have to burden, that full cost is on us, right?
Well, MSBA was, yes, right now, yeah. Yeah,
So-
unless that changes.
Yeah, Kaya, if I may.
Go ahead.
My name is John Kaufman with Pristine Engineers. I'm a mechanical engineer, by the way. So we had looked at the three different options, and I'll keep this brief. Obviously, Kaya has mentioned about the envelope, windows, roofs, etc. And that's great. That gives us a lot more insulation. And now that ties into our, obviously, energy efficiency, but air quality is the biggest thing. We know that the existing equipment is at its end of useful life. And it should be replaced. And of the three strategies, I've kind of broken them up into two separate buildings. Before I get to the HVAC, with the work that Kai's mentioned, we know that we're going to have to put a fire sprinkler system in. You're looking at like $2 million. So that's kind of a given that has to go with it. As we start looking at the additional things that you would want to do, most importantly being air quality in the environment, especially when you have younger children or anyone in that, for that matter, in the building. So looking at the two HVAC strategies, we've got the main building that houses the boilers and that whole heating system. In option one, we're not touching the boiler, and we're not touching any of the, we're not replacing any of the ventilators in that room, but we are replacing the ventilation units in the main building, and we're just refabbing in the classroom wing. In option two, we looked at replacing the hot water system and using basically just the traditional heating system for the whole building with minimal air conditioning. And you can select certain spots. We can look at the air conditioning strategy separately, but the option two, using the hot water system, is kind of keeping the same infrastructure in place and just rehabbing it, and that would provide you heat. As far as air quality goes, and that kind of is where we get into option three, which is technically the all-electric option, but in those two options, option 2 and 3, we can pick some elements from one and they kind of combine them as a hybrid approach. And my thoughts are to treat building one by replacing the boilers, obviously replacing all the heating systems in building one, and then putting spot cooling in the administrative areas, and then areas like the gymnasium, the cafeteria, and the kitchen, we'll kind of keep that functioning exactly how it is now. So if we took the elements from option one, which is just replace those H&B units and get the ventilation units up to a very high level of air quality throughout the spaces in building one, we've really accomplished the task there. And then also in that building, we would have upgraded the heating system, which would be provided for building one. When you look at building two, I like adding the elements of all electrification for that, with the boiler system as being supplemental heating. And what that will allow us is that number one, you would be able to get some sort of rebates by utilizing the electric. Granted, it's not for the entire building, but it does kind of break up two performative zones, and it would absolutely address your ventilation issues, specifically for those classroom areas. So and without getting into trying to engineer it, of those three options, so we know there's about $2 million for the sprinkler system. The mechanical options from the very basic option one range from, we'll say, $2 million to $8 million. Option 2 and 3, which is upgrading boilers or adding electric, that's somewhere between $7 and $8 million. But by combining the different strategies, maybe reusing some of the existing infrastructure and as it is in place while upgrading major components, we can certainly reduce that cost. But obviously, air quality is the most important thing. And me being an HVAC engineer for 20 plus years, that's my biggest priority, and I don't like to cut corners. It's not about me. What I see here is I see a building that has a good solid foundation, and as Kaya mentioned, to go and spend $80 or $90 million to build a brand new building would be great, but we know what's going on financially, and it's a very tough time. And I know that you guys you'd love to see this go for another 20 years. And if you're going to make the original investment, just to do the envelope and spend the $2, $3, $4 million, if it's a little bit more and you can get 30 solid years out of this building, I think that would be a great investment, because ultimately the building looks good. It's a good shell. It's a well-built building, and by rehabbing the exterior envelope, you're providing much more of an energy efficient envelope for these newer systems to operate. So by having that hybrid approach where you've got, say, the electrification in the classroom inside with the supplemental heating, you now have the option of a dual fuel source, and we know the utility rates are bouncing around like crazy. And I like the idea of kind of having, that flexibility. All of one option or all of the other option, I don't necessarily agree with that, with this situation here, but it's not up to me. But I really do see a lot of potential in trying to rehab this building. And my logic would be is if you're going to spend, a good chunk of change to do everything on the outside, you want to make sure that what provides for a good environment on the inside is also done. And it's really up to us, or the engineer and the architect, to figure out how best to do that from a cost point of view. But I really do see potential. And I just try to keep it as simple as possible. And obviously, we know the electrical system, for example, is pretty outdated. That's going to have to get upgraded no matter what. You can either go with the 700,000 or the 800,000, roughly. There's things that have to happen, but there are earned value approaches that we can take to this. The numbers that we've come up with so far as an initial estimate, they're probably pretty close. They're pretty accurate for the type of work that we're doing, but there's definitely some room to find efficiencies. And I just think the building has potential. So hopefully I was able to explain that well enough. I don't know if you guys have any questions on any of the specifics that you'd like me to answer.
Thank you. What other questions do the committee members have?
I have so many.
Ms. Buzowski?
Sorry, unopened on me. First of all, thank you for this incredibly comprehensive report. There's so much in here. I haven't had time to read every inch of it because it's like 128 pages. But I've gone over it. First of all, at a later meeting, can we get a report on what's going on with the solar panels that expire? The lease expires in August 2025. So we can know what's happening with the solar panels? Are they removing them?
We can tell you about that right now.
Yeah, we can. The company went bankrupt, and so we are no longer obligated to them for any reason.
Okay, so are they coming back for them, or is it now our trash?
It's now our trash.
Okay, cool, because that's what.
And if we want to replace the roof, it is our responsibility to pay for that?
Yes.
The
Yes.
removal and putting back on the solar panels? That deal is no longer available?
Yep.
Thank you.
When did the company go bankrupt?
In speaking with Chris Ruth, he looked into the company. I don't know exactly when it went bankrupt, but we're no longer obligated to make any further decisions about the solar panels or pay any leasing anything. So,
Where are we still getting money from the panels?
we're still getting, yes, we're getting,
Net metering credits.
yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna have to pay to dispose of the panels if, okay.
That's my understanding.
Now it's our trash.
Yeah.
Okay, great. If they stay up there longer, we continue to get the credits?
Okay, credits.
Yeah.
Okay, great, that's kind of ideal, so they're not gonna come get their panels or make us renew, so we
No.
can keep them for a few more years till we just,
Mm-hmm.
We can also hire someone to take them off and put them back on too.
Yeah.
okay, so this is not, all right. Okay, fun. I'm thrilled with the report because I'm thrilled that it's it's much less money than I thought it was going to be. It's still a lot of money, 16.5, $17 million. $60 million is a lot of money, but it's not as much as I thought it was going to be, and compared to building a new school, it's a lot less. So that's good news, and we could still put more money into renovating it a little to make it more appropriate for an elementary school. My first question is, how many doors do we need to widen? Is that marked in the accessibility, every time I try to scroll down, is that marked in the accessibility study specifically every door that would need to be widened?
Yeah, so I do note on the plan, there's a plan that shows what doors need to be basically replacing like the doors in the links, they would be replaced. The doors in the corridors would need either to be replaced or add new doors. So it's laid out so you could see, and it's also in the cost estimate how many doors are being
Okay.
replaced.
But the classroom doors were okay,
Classroom doors are okay,
because we switched out the doorknobs.
yeah.
Okay. Is there a price in there for replacing the vertical lift?
Yes,
Okay.
and adding another one as an option at the music room to make that compliant.
Okay. Can you, in section 4, would it be possible, and it's okay if the answer is no, but would it be possible on section 4, it would be helpful for me if you could put prices with the options?
Uh-huh.
Section 4 is
Okay.
the options and solutions, where you lay out the options, and I love how you've laid it out. This was fantastic, the advantages, disadvantages, like a little menu. However, if you could put rough prices with each of the options, I think it would help.
Okay.
That would be helpful. And how likely do you think it would be that we can get a variance for the fire sprinkler issue?
Well, I don't know if it's as much a variance as it is talking, that's more of a building inspector issue, and fire department too, I believe. I mean, the code does clearly say it would be required if you exceed the 30% value, and also you are touching more than 30 or 50% of the building. So, you know, we've come up with this a few times where we're just doing a roof replacement and the building value is so low that we're exceeding the 30%. But because we're only not touching more than 30 or 40% of the building, we're just doing a roof, that it wasn't required to put sprinklers in. So it all depends on what the scope of work is.
What's the dollar amount for that 30%?
Well, your building supposedly right now is assessed at, about 9.7 million or something like that. So if you exceed, which is low, if you exceed 30% of that value.
Okay. That's,
If you just did the roof, no. If you just did the windows, maybe not. But if you did both, yes, you probably would.
Is there a
But
time,
again-
is there a time span between doing the roof and then doing the windows where it would kick in?
Yeah, you have 3 years, I think it is.
Thank you.
What you spend within 3 years of
But you
time.
have to do this as one financial package if you're gonna do it. I mean, you can't
Piecemeal it?
Yeah.
piecemeal it. There's just no way to do it.
okay. And how much of this, the 16 million, do you roughly think MSBA would cover?
Well, it depends on your reimbursement rate. I don't know if you have done other ARP projects with MSB that you know what your reimbursement rate would be. Usually it's like anywhere between 30-something and 80-something%, depending. So let's say it's 50%. I think the windows were like 2.25 or something like that. So it reimbursed half of it. So that half of that would be reimbursed by MSBA. And the roof is about 2.6, and again, that would be half of that would be reimbursed by the MSBA. A lot of times they will do 2 items. They might say, yeah, you're eligible for windows and the roof. And so we will consider that as your project and reimburse you for 50% for all that. So definitely it's worth pursuing. Definitely.
But your options that are covered in
And
sections.
sometimes it includes also, again, they're more lenient now on the accessibility costs and what they will include for accessibility costs. and I'm trying to remember what their latest with the last meeting we had was, I think they said that if the value of your improvements kicks in the 30%, they will also include the accessibility improvements in that scope of work and reimburse for that too.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that, because it used to be, it would just be, they would pay for the if it was just accessible entry, accessible toilet, they would include that. But I think now it's actually, if it kicks in the 30% for compliance of the whole building.
What are the questions that the committee members have?
Obviously, this is a good report that our next school committee can run with and build some planning around. I'm not gonna belabor this. I still find the mechanics of MSBA, ADA triggers, what's reimbursable, what's not, and a lot of very high-priced items, and this whole idea of potentially doing something first and making it a priority, where we don't have the money for any of it unless we go for some sort of excludable debt. Also, I have this sticker shock idea because the current building that we're in, which we're programming 7 grades worth of kids in, and greater space needs than we need for elementary school kids, we built for $65 million.
Yeah, that has to be part of the discussion.
So
on
this,
future time.
I think we need to take a look at what the current MSBA projects are for similar projects to what we need and do a comparison.
Yeah, this is a good first step, but I think it's important to get all this information that we need about what it would take to get Turkey Hill school ready for the next 20 years. And I think that's what I'm looking for. If your report can highlight that number and give the details of what would it entail to keep the school going for that 20, 25 years, maybe even 30 years. And that way we can present that to the town, the citizens, so they know what to expect, ballpark number of what it would cost.
Oh, I have one more question.
Ms. Brzezowski?
Is it possible to encapsulate the original floor tiles, or do they need to be removed?
You can encapsulate them, you can go over them. It's usually, there is also some asbestos in your window caulking, so, if you do that, the windows would have to be abated. It just adds a certain amount of cost to the removal. The roof, I don't anticipate any problems, even if there was asbestos, it doesn't add to the cost.
Okay.
And the flooring, yes, you can go over it with flooring without having to abate it. If you're doing anything that disturbs it, like drilling through it or whatever, then you would have to abate that area that's being disturbed.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but if you do not abate it, when the building is torn down, you will have to pay for the abatement?
Well, if you tear the building down, there's hazmat materials, it's all going to be part of your demolition cost of abating it. Yeah, you can't just willy-nilly go in and do it without taking care of it contaminating the environment.
Thank you.
Another cost that we need to consider
Yeah.
here
It
is
would be costly to remove
future
the
costs.
building, you gotta remember that.
our impact on operations if we do this. This is not a summer project, right? I mean, best case scenario, this is probably a 1-year project. So probably 2, which means we gotta displace a lot of kids and a lot of staff for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
None of which is captured here.
What is the timeline roughly in your, engineer, architect opinion?
Oh, well, again, if it's just windows and roofing, well,
Doing just
those.
windows.
Oh, no,
Let's
if we
say-
did.
let's say
if-
full-
Let's say we
renovation.
went.
Well, all of it.
Let's say we did it all.
Yeah, well, again, you could go ahead, do the roof and windows first, and then do the interior and all the mechanical, and maybe, I don't know, John could speak to that, but I'm not really positive.
I think if you did everything all at once, the time frame that pops in my head is about a year, maybe a year and a half, something like that. If everything was properly engineered, documented, organized, construction crew ready to mobilize, go in, rip up.
Well, let me just go in. I just want to tell you that we're doing a 4-year project right now with a Brook Charter School in Boston, where they are basically converted their whole system from a gas-fired boiler to electrification. So they have been working, they work 2 shifts during the summer, which their summers are only 6 weeks long. So they spread this work out over 4 years for converting over from their existing system to a new system. So it is actually possible to not have to shut the school down, that you can divide this up into 4 components and do it in phases, because we are doing it right now with a school in Boston. And if you want to talk to them about how they do it, well, they'll tell you, but it seems to be working. And we're going into our 3rd year of a 4-year project right now, where they are going to be finishing up the last phase of converting. And that means they've had to take all their ceilings down, put ceilings back up, run down ductwork, put sprinkler piping in. And it's extremely complicated, but they're able to do it over the summer and have the school back and running in the fall. So it is possible that you don't have to shut the school down, that you could actually do that, phasing it without shutting the school down and just doing it over the summer.
Okay.
For the price that you
Okay.
just showed us?
Yeah, it's just, it's the same amount of labor, materials. It's just, maybe you have an escalation of material costs or labor. But you're not having to move the students. I mean, where do you move them? And then move them back? I don't know. Do you have an empty school that you just move them into for a year? If you did, that'd be great.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you. We appreciate your work on this.
You're welcome. And good luck making your decisions.
All right. Next, so that is an action item.
Just to accept the report.
Accept the report. Yeah.
Are we pending any additional work here, or is this it?
This was a draft.
I think any comments that you would like to have her look at in terms of the report, or things that you need to have added, like Laura mentioned, that she'd like to see the itemized listing of costs. I don't remember exactly your question.
Yes, break down the costs and options.
Yeah, I think a breakdown of the cost, and also if we could do a summary of a cost for full
Yeah.
renovation, so the town knows comparable what a new cost versus the renovation without the additional, obviously, soft costs of what we want to do on the inside. But
Yeah, and if we could move the asbestos report to an addendum that would cut down the size of it, because my tablet can't handle this 128 pages.
yeah, I think a brief summary of the recommendations to take care of everything.
Yes, and I think, she also presented today a summary. There's a very short, like 1-page, 2-page summary at most in the folder. So you might want to, I know Laura, have you looked at that?
Yep, I did, thank you. It
Yes.
was very helpful.
The numbers aren't in there.
Yeah, if you wanted to add numbers to the summary too, because the public is going to read this.
Sure.
The public is going to read this too, because we're,
So you'd like numbers added to the summary?
we like numbers and we like brief summaries and charts instead of having to scroll through.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be here a lot longer than I am. I think that this lacks an executive PowerPoint that explains in a slide the
That's what I'm
condition and
looking for, too.
situation.
Just a quick
In a
summary of what the
slide,
cost
the
is gonna
options
be.
and the costs associated with those options, in a slide the potential impacts on operations,
Yeah.
what is in scope, what is out of scope.
I think a
Like,
main
because this is
recommendation.
extremely hard to
and
follow.
Several options after that, but the main recommendation, and then there can be some options below.
If I could just make, I appreciated the summary letter,
Yes.
but it had no costs. So like all of these, this is like somebody giving you a receipt for your groceries, but not telling you how much things cost. Like, I'm grateful that you've identified all of these needs that we have, but if we don't have costs, and ideally what I would like is what we need, how much it costs, how urgent is the replacement, like the poor, fair, that kind of thing for each of the items, and have it be 1 page or 2 pages,
Yeah.
not long, because as it is, the report is too long, and the summary letter is not complete in terms of identifying costs and priorities.
Understand with the summary letter,
Yeah.
she was just asked to prepare that.
Sure.
Just yesterday.
That's fine.
So-
No, yeah.
So.
I still want money.
Still
Yeah,
want
so
the, still want it
The
though.
piece, so the piece, like there is certainly room for input, and that's why we have
Yeah.
this.
So-
You know, so.
One other piece that I think will be helpful, and,
Yeah.
and what I would consider to be, things that are potentially gonna have a major impact on our operations is when you look at a fire suppression system, for example, that's no small potatoes in terms of how you get something like that engineered and put into a building. If that's something that we can legitimately look at a waiver or some sort of longer time frame, it isn't clear to me who the controlling authority is on that. I served on the zoning board of appeals and never issued a variance for fire suppression in my time there. I don't know if the ZBA or the fire chief himself or the building inspector and what our existing folks, what their opinions are on these sorts of things.
It
But
said in the report, building inspector and fire
But-
department.
But that isn't necessarily, to my
Yeah.
knowledge, a building inspector does not issue a variance. So what exactly is the authority and pathway to deal with these things?
Alright, so maybe we table the action on the report and for revisions and
Could
get the
accept
report.
it as a report
Or
progress.
accept it as a draft.
Except, yeah.
Yeah.
Motion to accept the report as a draft?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
And thank you.
Moving on.
For the hard work on that.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you everyone for the work on this. Continuing on the FY '26 budget, free cash, and FinCom memo.
So 2 items related to FY '26. We had some conversation at the last meeting about the ways in which the committee would prioritize use of the $500,000 in free cash for FY '26. And we also developed a memo to be shared with the Finance Committee. But in speaking with the chair, he thought potentially the memo would also serve well as a printed document available to the public for annual town meeting. So I don't know which you would prefer to take a look at first.
Whichever you're comfortable with.
I guess we can talk about the draft memo. I worked with Mrs. Brzezowski on developing this. We put all of the personnel cuts and the expense cuts into a table. We included impacts for each one of the cuts in the table and just gave a general overview statement. At the beginning, we did include, or I included a pretty basic definition of what a level service budget is versus what a target budget is. Not because the finance committee needs that information, they understand that, but should this document suffice as a handout at town meeting for the public, that information might be useful. Additionally, I did embed the side-by-side overview comparison doc that just shows side-by-side the things that are the same in a level service budget versus the town manager's target budget, which was the approved school budget. You know, so that you can see, yep, all the contract obligations are the same in both versions, the transportation or out-of-district costs are the same in both versions. So you can see where the versions of the budget differ. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts or feedback as to whether or not this is a satisfactory memo for the finance committee that we can just send off, or feelings about whether or not to use this as is in terms of a printed handout, or any other feedback on any of it.
Any feedback from the members? Mr. Archambault?
I would just comment that after listening, as I did yesterday, to the April 3rd Finance Committee meeting, they're using, instead of level service, they've been using the words level funded. So,
They are very different.
which are very different. And that's why I'm glad this shows this as a difference. I don't know if you want to
I could add
say
the definition
something,
for level
a
funded.
definition for level funded, because it's very different, and the terms were used back and forth, more level funded than level service.
I think it's good to educate the finance committee.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to respond to that. I don't know.
Well, I think it's just good in general to define the term.
I mean, quickly for the benefit of anybody, because we do have quite a few on the meeting tonight. Level funded means you get the same dollar value
Correct.
for the next year, which essentially means costs go up, so you're cutting.
Yeah.
Even at a level funded, it's the same dollar value.
It's flat
levels-
funding.
Right.
Level service means you keep everything that you have staff-wise, operationally, supplies, materials, all of that, but you factor in cost increases, whether that's contractual cost increases or material cost increases, so you keep everything you have, but it costs more money.
Same price versus same service.
Correct.
Right.
My concern with the memo, I'm fine with it going to finance committee. I have a concern with the town meeting, that there is not clarity on the connection to the article that it's associated with. I feel like this is connected solely to Article 11, Citizens Petition, and I don't want people to confuse it with Article 12, the supplement to the Lunenburg Public Schools, where the free cash of $500,000, where people could be looking at the free cash and be confused on these positions, where maybe there needs to be another memo or the slide in the PowerPoint at the meeting explaining where the free cash is going.
Okay.
So maybe the PowerPoint slide connects to Article 12, that's great, free cash, but maybe this memo needs a connection to Article 11, Citizens Petition,
To specifically state.
To state that.
to state the connection.
I'm glad you brought this up, Mr. Chair, because there's also the omnibus budget that we're gonna vote on, right? And so I think that that's kind of the starting point, which does encapsulate level services minus all the stuff on that list, right?
Which is the budget we ended up with.
And I think that while that budget is articulated in the warrant, there is a need to kind of illustrate that
Yes.
that number equals current level of services minus all this stuff. Then there's the free cash, which we're gonna talk about, which is a supplement to that omnibus. Then there's the citizens petition, which is level service.
Because some of these cuts that are outlined in this memo might be restored with the free
either or,
cash.
right, yeah.
But they're listed here because the free cash is not guaranteed.
Right.
So they are still listed as cuts.
Yeah.
So,
It's gonna be very confusing for
Yeah.
the uninformed citizen who
Exactly.
walks into town meeting
And
to
reads this
kind of
memo.
absorb this.
Oh, it's gonna be a real confusing meeting for.
But like, we gotta, if we want people to follow what we're doing and think we're doing the right thing and be transparent, we have to make it really clear. And I
Right.
think that we have to address both those
Yeah,
things.
so I think the title of the memo, something like FY '26 School Department Level Service Budget in response to the citizens, in response to requests for information on citizens petition, something along those lines. And then maybe a line or two in that first page that includes that brief kind of summary of what below entails and the requests for clarification or for request for information based off of that citizen's petition. And maybe Article 11 is mentioned in there.
Is there a reason we make these PDFs landscape and not portrait?
Because the tables would have had to come in and we would have had it extra long.
It's gonna be long anyway.
It is gonna be long.
Any,
There's a lot there.
Any other discussion on the
It's a lot
memo?
of information.
All right, so-
But I think it's important for the public to know when they get to the
Yeah.
citizens
Because
petition.
the side-by-side budget, town, school department budget and the little service budget, that gets hard to read when it's on multiple pages.
So I think that this document is fine for communication to the finance committee.
Yes.
I think that, and I'd be happy to make a motion to approve that. I think that something that would comprise a handout for town meeting needs a little bit more work. And I think we can authorize the superintendent to do that, and we can consult with her as we individually see fit.
Yeah, I
Sounds
can
good.
put something together and bounce it out to everyone, and then if you have feedback,
Yeah,
we
Yeah.
can continue to work on
this
it.
is too much.
Let's do that. So I'll look for a motion.
I move to approve the memorandum to the finance committee as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And do we need a motion for the
And-
town meeting, or do you want to just go with the direction that we gave her?
I think we just go with that direction.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Moving on. So the other part of it is the FY '26 budget free cash that we are going to have a PowerPoint slide for town meeting. So we need to let the citizens know where free cash will be going so they know what they're voting for.
So are we talking about this first?
Yes,
Yeah.
let's talk about it first.
See what the PowerPoint slide says, then we'll decide.
So are we working from free cash recommendations updated right now?
Or free cash FY '26.
I have free cash FY '26 in the folder.
Well, there's all kinds of,
Is there a different one?
There's a couple.
yeah,
Oh,
there's a
the
few.
What else do you have?
I would.
Are we looking at the
Which one should we look at?
Dr. Byrne.
Not the one that says disregard.
Not the one that says disregard.
That's good.
There's free cash
One
recommendations
is just a
updated.
Word version versus
Excel.
an Excel.
Same file.
Yeah.
Okay, so either one.
Take your choice.
Dr. Burnham, do you have any intro on this, or are we jumping right into it?
The highlights for you. All right, so when we had this conversation at the last meeting, I suggested that there might be different umbrella areas for consideration, one of those being restore some of your expense cuts, making some decisions and expenditures that would put the district in a better position as we're entering into the development of FY '27's budget, as well as restoring positions. And my takeaway, and you can correct me if it was not the right takeaway, the committee felt that largely they wanted to prioritize restoring positions. So obviously there are many positions that were on that cut list. So I solicited some input from the principals, and I had shared some of that feedback with the committee prior. I've also solicited some input from committee members and had multiple ongoing conversations with committee members around, what is the right combination to get us to that 500. So what I think I heard in my conversations with the committee is that there's interest and support around restoring the 5th grade teacher position, the math teacher position at the high school. Something new since we talked last, and Juliana Hanscom is here and she can speak to this if the committee would like. Last year, our challenge in an ongoing way was constant mechanical facility issues that kept popping up and needed to be repaired. This year, the thing that has been our challenge all year long is the shifting landscape around special education, the number of students in out-of-district placements, needing transportation, so on and so forth. We, in the last couple of weeks, after our meeting on the 2nd, we're looking at potential additional out-of-district placements. This is not due to a move-in situation. However, Mrs. Hanscom feels that a reconvene of the team and a discussion that we could potentially create services in district rather than have to go out of district to meet a student's needs. And this hiring of a teacher position could potentially meet the needs of multiple students. And it would be more prudent to spend the money to have a teacher and a program in district, in-house, than to have to place students out of district. So she can address questions on that more fully in a few minutes. One of the things that was on the list for the principal's request for consideration was restoring the assistant principal position at the middle high school. However, we also now have the resignation of our athletic director. And I think the committee can recognize that Courtney Fuller is our athletic secretary part-time, and over several meetings through the last couple of months, when there have been questions and information needed, data, money spent, how many kids are participating, what's the cost, so on and so forth, Mrs. Fuller has been able to chime in because she is also your recording secretary and she's on all of these meetings, and she's been invaluable with the information and the way that she tracks information. So I think the resignation of the athletic director opened an opportunity to consider a different configuration. I can tell you that all 5 of our assistant principals in the district have or currently do serve as coaches for athletics at the high school level. So I think that there's an opportunity here for us to restore half of an assistant principal and have that individual take on the athletic director responsibilities, and in also restoring the part-time secretary. You need that person to be able to support a less than full-time individual for an athletic director, but this person also sits in the main office at the middle high school, where we have also cut a secretary position. So the combination of a restore a part administrator reduced to a part athletic director, restore the part-time secretary, that combination for a cost of about $43,000 in free cash, I think gets us a lot of value for that money.
Just a quick
yep.
question. If we do this as free cash, then next year, we will not have to find a new source because we already have a line for the athletic director. So we would basically just be bridging the gap for a year.
We would, if this model works, and if the committee were interested in maintaining that model and not cutting in some way, right now what you've got in the budget is the athletic director's salary minus $20,000 offset from athletic revolving, and that was the money that previously had paid the part-time secretary salary.
Okay, let me just ask this in a yes or no fashion. If we do this and restore this with free cash this year, the next year, we will not have to do this and we will not add new costs because we're essentially taking the athletic director's salary and splitting it between.
We're gonna come up short because this, in next year's budget, we offset the athletic director's salary by $20,000 from the revolving account. Now, if the health of the revolving account is restored, potentially you can still, you could potentially use.
And it would be a zero effect on the budget.
It might be a small increase.
Okay, got it.
But the net is we're using $43,000 of one-time money, and if we
Right.
don't find a way of restoring those funds through an override or some other source, then we could.
Or if we save money on the athletic revolving account, we can get there.
Right.
So it's not like we have to add more money, we just have to basically spend what we were
And
supposed to be
the
spending.
the other piece of good news that's included in this, again, this is gonna require close management, but it would seem to be that the close management that we've put in relative to athletic transportation fees recently
We've saved
is
money.
bearing some savings
Yeah.
versus
Right.
what we spent last year.
Correct.
That's right.
So
Okay,
our
that's-
actual budget, which we thought was gonna be short by, $20,000 to $40,000, may actually cover our athletic costs, our athletic
Or pretty-
transportation
or pretty
costs.
close.
Or pretty close.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's not, my read on this is, that's not beyond the realm of possibility, but there's some risk there.
So the next positions, again, this is covering bases. And again, this comes back to priority conversations that we had relative to budget cuts in previous meetings to get to the approved budget for FY '26.
Is the Title I, it says here Title I grant funding to Massachusetts is currently in question. Is that because of the shuttering of the program on a federal level?
Not because of the shuttering of the Department of Ed, rather due to a request put out by the federal government to every state asking for certification letters to be signed off on.
Oh, is this the Harvard students case?
This is connected to, right,
Okay.
but expressly, it was to ensure that no schools were doing any DEI practices. There's no definition for that provided, and each state has responded. So Massachusetts, in collaboration with the Attorney General's, looking at the law.
They responded, but we don't know if it's been accepted.
And the Commissioner of Education have provided the response, and the response is essentially, every year for these grants, we complete assurance forms. We've completed the assurance form, and that's, you've got what you need. The initial request was for these certifications to be turned around in a 10-day window. They have extended that deadline to April 24th. So there's a little bit more time. We have already submitted a response. I would anticipate that we would hear something back from the federal government after the deadline has passed as to whether or not our funding in Massachusetts is going to be held up or not. In consultation with MASS, they're hearing that there's a possibility that this whole request for the certification is potentially going to be rescinded. So if that's the case, then business as usual. All I'm saying is, in this moment right now, we have to make a decision about how we would use free cash. And what I'm saying to you, in this moment, Title I funding is uncertain in my mind. I can't confidently sit here and say, no worries, Title I grants are gonna come as usual, we'll be fine. So, to be fully transparent, and again, these positions are listed here because of the conversation that this group had when we were deliberating over cuts and what positions you wanted to maintain and fund with grant monies and so on and so forth. If the grant monies don't come, I'm assuming that the committee still wants to prioritize intervention supports
Yes.
at the K-5 level.
Absolutely.
So what I'm proposing is we are transparent and say that we would fund these with free cash
If Title I doesn't.
if Title I does not come.
Got it.
However, if Title I does come, what we would do instead of fully funding an MTSS position at the primary school, because if the grant comes, the grant is gonna fund it like we planned. That instead, those monies would restore 2 paraprofessional
Got it.
positions, one of them to support the ACE program, the other to be determined as to whether or not that's a Turkey Hill assignment or a middle high school assignment, and that would be based on the assessed need at that time. Again, because we have to do this in advance of the town meeting, and we're not gonna have another meeting, I may or may not know something on April 24th or April 25th. I may not know any more until sometime later in May. I don't know when I'll know more. So I figured this was a way to be transparent and put free cash towards those things that the school committee, I thought, was prioritizing through the budget cuts. It's a safeguard. If the grants are not in jeopardy and the grant money comes, then the grant money will be allocated as it was originally planned. And instead, we would use the free cash to restore 2 para positions and that little bit of money that we are applying toward the .5 MTSS at Turkey Hill would be applied to other allowable title expenses to be determined. It could be additional tutors, it could be.
For the public's edification,
Yep.
how much money in grants are we talking about the federal government withholding?
I would have to go back to my slide deck and pull up the grants. However, I'm gonna
Roughly.
ballpark for
Yeah.
you, about $500,000 plus between Title I and special ed federal grant monies.
I just want to be clear for the public's edification. We are not doing anything. This is the state of Massachusetts
Correct.
making a determination. The
Correct.
state of Massachusetts has responded and essentially said, we don't need to sign this because
Because we've already done it.
Correct. But technically, that could be read as a declination by the state of Massachusetts.
Correct.
So,
And I will say that the state of Massachusetts' response is not unique. Other states are
Right.
making the
There's-
same assessment of the law, and their response has been very similar.
As of April 3rd, there are 16 states that are signing it. There are a number of states that are still reviewing it, and there are, let's see if I can get this in. 13 states that have provided the answer that the state of Massachusetts is
The
providing.
grant total is 694,000.
694,000 in federal grant monies
That
in the current year.
federal government is threatening
Correct.
to withhold from
Children,
children in our town.
wonderful.
Okay, cool. And then last on the list for consideration, again, this is based on numerous conversations and dialogue over budget cycle, et cetera, et cetera. If we were to address the town manager's concern that we will struggle to find a highly qualified candidate for finance at the price that we budgeted, if we allocate some monies towards that salary, we also need to allocate some monies to the mini split project that was grant funded with the Green Communities Grant, and that we have amended, which we will take another vote in a regularly scheduled meeting tonight. We've amended our capital requests for FY26 to substitute in the capital project for the mini splits at the primary. The dollar for dollar value came up short about 23,000 and change. I put in around 25,000 toward this because I fully anticipate that costs are gonna be slightly up. If they're up as high as I'm now very concerned with tariffs, et cetera, if our Chromebook parts are up 54%, I am very concerned about what the cost of this project is gonna look like. And then lastly, the remainder, I put toward unemployment costs. Now, I said that I would work with the director for finance for town, based on the assumption that we would pay 30% of a salary for 30 weeks, and based on the number of cuts that would be eligible to collect unemployment. And I say that because there are cuts on our list that are currently unfilled positions. Nobody's collecting unemployment. Some are retiring. Nobody's collecting unemployment. We have had some, knowing that they were on a cut list, seek other jobs and accept other jobs and offer a resignation, so they will not be collecting. So the shorter list of positions that would be eligible to collect. Based on that calculation, he recommended that we would need to have 200,000 in unemployment, but I feel very comfortable with, if we're restoring some positions with free cash, then those folks are not collecting. And additionally, many of the people that would be out of positions cannot afford to sit home and collect a lesser amount of income for 30 weeks. So the likelihood that everyone would remain on unemployment for 30 weeks and not find a different job, either right out the gate or at some point along the way, I feel pretty confident that we won't be putting out 200 in unemployment.
But isn't that,
And we already had 25,000 in the budget line for unemployment, so this would bring it up over 50.
isn't that counting on a robust job market that, given all of the uncertainty we have talked about? And that seems,
Yeah.
it seems unlikely that we will have a robust job market continuing.
But
into
when
the
you
future.
look at the actual positions that are cut,
Those people can get jobs pretty easy.
yeah, and I mean, when you look at our paraprofessionals, they aren't necessarily all gonna hold out for a paraprofessional job. They may seek other employment opportunities as well. I feel confident that we won't expend that much money. We'll have to monitor it and see how things are going. And we'll have to be very attentive to it, and if they're looking like, we might actually exceed what's in a budget line, we'll have to plan accordingly. had to, we could lean on maybe some school choice revolving for some of it, if it was necessary, so, again, up for discussion, but the combination that you have before you, obviously, I think our administrators would like to be able to restore a whole lot more positions than what we're able to with the free cash. And, you know, maybe if we didn't have to earmark for the mini splits and some unemployment, we might have been able to squeeze out one more. But open to some discussion on your thoughts on the recommendations.
I'm a little disappointed that we knocked out the third, another accountant so we could build up a business office, because I really think that we need more eyes in a business office. I'm very concerned.
Well, I would suggest that if the earmark comes through, you might be able to allocate that money for a position like that.
Yeah, I'm just,
But you do have the business manager position, 20,000 listed here too.
Right.
it
So
just,
that would increase, but, I mean, honestly, if we find a good candidate for less than that, then that money can be applied
Do something else.
elsewhere.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Scullenbrady?
I think that to the extent that some of the athletic transportation costs are being addressed in other ways, this plan gets us in the right direction in terms of not requiring a renewable or repeating funding source, and sort of just bridging the gap until we get to 27, and hopefully we'll have a more comprehensive plan. I do have a little bit of concern, but you know, I don't see why your predictions, you know more than I do, so I don't see why your predictions would be wrong about the unemployment thing. I think that, like, we've heard tariffs, we've heard threats on Title I, all of that stuff just introduces a huge amount of uncertainty in any budgeting for any operation. And so I'm just like,
And we're
little
already
nervous.
very, very tight
and we are already really
for
tight.
next year.
My thought on that is that schools are kind of already in that budget mode now, and they're hiring now, and they're looking for positions, so people are going out there now.
Okay,
and getting
then, all right.
I can tell you that there are people,
That's right.
our employees who are in positions that are cut from the budget, that are already interviewing and going on second interviews and are going to be, man, we have some really great
It stinks that we're
staff
losing good
that we're
people.
losing.
Yeah. Yeah.
The money that isn't coming here
Yep.
is going elsewhere.
and they're hiring.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
They are
Cities,
reality of the
but
situation.
they're
In the
gonna have to
cities.
go work in
Yep.
cities, but
And I think
That's not always bad.
if the federal funds go away, I feel like those cuts are gonna be made later on next year, not so much over the summer.
Okay.
and we're not restoring the gym teacher position, and that's disappointing. But the Title I grants that were supposed to come from the federal government, we can't count on those. Problem with it, it's up to the federal government.
It's crazy.
It really stinks that we're in a situation where we cannot count on our federal government to do what they promised.
So the only thing I had was the high school level. We had talked last time about scheduling. Are we good with scheduling at this layout? Was my question.
That
Because there was a-
I would have to have Mr. Sanford address.
There was a different request of restoring positions.
Good evening, thank you for having me here, and actually, thank you for including me in some of the discussions that we had 2 weeks ago around what the priorities of the principals were, but it seems like that's switched a little bit from what we had presented 2 weeks ago, and I know things are fluid and changing all the time. And I know that Mr. Beardmore has disagreed with me vehemently about the PE position. And Mr. Scullenbrady tried to explain around if I can keep academic choices whole if I could have that PE position back. So if I'm not getting that PE position back, getting a math position back, which I love, we have now six math teachers. But through our strategic cuts, we were able to maintain all of our programs in our major academics. It was in that PE position that we needed to kind of balance things out, so we had places to put kids because we had made strategic reductions when we were asked to in those departments. So thank you for returning a math teacher. I appreciate that. We are going to have some difficulty with the scheduling without a PE teacher. We had the argument I gave you last time was threefold, right? We had a discussion with Dr. Bookus around the curriculum piece. We had a discussion around the scheduling piece, and we had a discussion around student choice. We had about 400 students sign up for PE. So, when you put kids that wanted to go into PE into another elective, like, watercolor or something, sometimes that's maybe not the choice that they wanted to. Maybe we're gonna experience some behavioral problems in there. We had talked about choice, right? We were able to keep choice for our academics for those AP and honors courses. We wanted to keep choice for those PE. So, like I said, I think there's a 0% chance that the schedule looks the same, but we're gonna have to scramble and see what we can do.
Questions or comments from the committee members? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments on the free cash?
Is it an action item?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we wanna,
Have we-
there's gonna be a slide or
That's the
slides for
bill
the
that-
town meeting, going to town meeting. This is Article 12.
I would make a motion to approve this slide here for presentation at town meeting.
So I don't think these slides are gonna be the presentation though.
Nope, it doesn't have to be these slides, we can just fit it all on one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a little bit more school committee based slides.
Oh, so then I would make a motion to go forward with
I think it's the recommendations for the free cash.
Yeah,
That's what-
accept the recommendations for
I make
free
a
cash.
motion to accept the recommendations for free cash as outlined.
I will second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then we'll work on the slides and get that out to the committee just to review. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the school choice.
So the committee had asked me to look at and bring back a recommendation relative to opening up school choice seats beyond just the 9th grade. Basically, we pulled together the data, took a look at, because this will become relevant. How many move-ins did we have at each grade this year since July 1? And if you take a look, on average, it's about 10. Give or take. We actually saw a lot of move-ins in grade 6 this year. We had 16. So,
Is that the bulge class?
yeah,
Oh.
that's the level. You can take a look at the current enrollment. That is a pretty giant class at 154
Oh my gosh.
students.
It was the winter of 2015.
What happened? Is that true? Oh my God, that is so crazy!
Was that a big?
The big storm.
It's
Uh,
snow.
Snowmageddon.
Every
Oh my God.
That's funny.
Well, it's gotta be close.
No, because I had
Yikes.
Fifth grader who was born in 2014.
Well then, all right.
I
What do people in New England do during the winter?
I have a fifth grader who was born in 2014.
So
Alright,
if you
go on.
take the current enrollment and move them all
Yeah,
forward to the next
2012.
grade for next year, and if we think about wanting to maintain a cap, you know, of class size no greater than 25, and if you then leave a buffer of 10 seats for move-ins, you could open 5 seats in grade 2. It still leaves you 10 seats for move-ins before you hit the 25 in a class cap. Assuming that the free cash is approved and that we can restore the 5th grade teacher position, you could open 7 seats in the 5th grade. 8th grade, you could open 2. And then the 10 that we had recommended previously for grade 9 gives you a total of 24 seats, which gives you potential revenue of $120,000. Again, these numbers allow that buffer of 10 seats, even given the numbers that I'm suggesting that you might be able to take in.
So, just for clarity, I'm trying to figure this out. So you say the 5th grade, but is that the current 5th grade or the next year's 5th grade?
If
That
you
seems a
look
little
at,
confusing.
yep, so if you, column C
That would
in
be
your
next
table.
year's 5th grade.
Yep, column C in your table, your current 5th grade class size is 115, but they're moving up to the 6th grade. Your 4th grade is currently at 108. That's what's moving up into the 5th grade. Which is why we thought initially you can get by without the 5th grade classroom. And your class sizes would still be okay, which is why restoring the 5th grade teacher position has not been a strong ask of your principal group. We would not likely want to open up this many seats with the 5th grade if we weren't restoring the position.
Right.
But restoring the position, we could open up these seats.
Yeah,
Questions or comments from the committee?
I'd be okay with this pending not, as long as we're restoring that 5th grade teacher position.
So this, I just want to stipulate, the way school choice works is it's a following year monetary effect. So we're not going to see this money in FY26, we'll see it in FY27. Plus, we'll also see Chapter 70 contributions based on this population with the calculus of the sending community.
Correct.
So it's $120,000, assuming we fill all these seats, which we probably won't.
Yep.
But that's the school choice $5,000 a kid number. But then there's also a Chapter 70 follow-on effect that
Correct.
will also positively affect our FY27
Right,
budget.
it's just that this is the revenue number that would go into your revolving.
Right.
Ms. Ashenbaum?
Yeah, I mean, I won't vote against it, but I'm not a fan of the grade 2 openings.
So I think for me, it is a challenge. It is frustrating to try to add more seats, but I think it's a strategic plan that has been thoughtful, and I think it makes sense where if you have class sizes of, say, 22 in one grade and 20 in the other grade, why not bump the 20 to 22, bump the lower end up, and you're not needing to add more teachers, you're not adding more staff, but you're providing more revenue for the schools and resources for the students.
And the other
So I
thing
would
is,
support this.
too, if the committee voted to support these numbers, we could still hold off until after town meeting and we're assured
Oh, yeah.
that we get the free cash to restore the fifth grade position, because we do not have to submit to the state until June 1st.
Okay.
So we can,
Yeah.
you can agree and approve, and we wait until the vote, and as long as the vote goes through, then we
Yeah.
submit to the state. If
We
the
can
vote
make it
doesn't go
contingent,
through,
yeah, we can make the motion tonight even contingent on passing the article.
So when you said we get 10 move-ins a year, does that mean every
that's
year
the
we're adding 10 kids to the class each year?
no, not necessarily,
'Cause
but
that's
these
just
were the
people
numbers
moving in
this
and out.
year, and I think, you know, if this is becoming something that's more of a trend, we'll have to keep an eye on it. So if you look at these numbers, it kind of felt like, okay, a 10-seat buffer before we hit 25 in the classroom, that's reasonable. I don't think that we're gonna see a repeat of these numbers.
Okay, because my question was if it's that way every year, then, and then we do school choice, we lose that 10-seat buffer. Because 154 kids in grade 6, that's a lot of kids.
Yep. But you can take a look at the other class enrollment numbers, and that's not your norm.
And I think that gives, that 154 is actually kind of a good buffer as they go to high school too, because we're gonna lose some going to different high schools.
Evening out the class sizes, there are benefits to that too, because then the teachers have a more equitable distribution
I mean,
of
Mr.
class
Santry
sizes.
can tell you that historically, we see at least 10 any given year register for 6th grade. It could be just that that's a transition year for a lot of folks from elementary schools to middle schools, and they're moving and they're gonna, you know, make that jump at that point. So that does seem to be kind of a fairly typical number in 6th grade. Some years it's a little down from that, but, I mean, this year we saw 16, that's high. We don't typically see 16.
I think it's also a great way to increase revenue where we're leveling off the smaller classes. We're bringing them up closer to the second smallest class. Any other discussion?
I move that we approve this proposal contingent upon the passing of the
Article
free cash
12.
article.
And second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is warrant articles. So I thought we'd just go through them. If I miss any, feel free to speak up, but we could discuss them and take any action on them. The first one, school-related, I had was Article 7, the fiscal year 2025 closeouts, school department unanticipated sped move-ins, $50,000. That was just one component. There's obviously the snow and ice and the total. The finance committee and select board deferred.
I don't have this.
No, I have it.
Oh,
I got
okay.
it tonight.
Got it.
I have all the articles.
Okay.
So Article 7 is the fiscal year 2025 closeouts, submitted by the town manager to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer available funds, the sum of $465,000 to cover FY 2025 and prior year operating deficits in the following accounts. And one was the school department unanticipated sped movements. So I don't know if we wanted to take action to recommend.
I would.
Are these the final numbers now? Is this?
The snow and ice is not.
No.
Can't be.
But
No,
the
I
school
meant are the
department
articles-
unanticipated sped movements.
Are the
is-
article numbers?
Yes, these are the
Yeah,
numbers.
okay.
Article
Okay.
7, it
What's
has
the
gone to
terms
print.
and
So
number?
this is Article 7, so that the public would know
I
if we
move that we
support it or not.
support Article 7.
I would second.
Yeah.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Article 8 is the fiscal year 2026 capital program. There is the FY 2026 program of capital projects, option 1, which was prior to our vote the other evening. And then there's option 2, which includes the primary school heat pump system.
So what is your understanding of the town manager's plan? on
It's-
this? Because she is not articulated.
Dr. Burnham can, speak to it too as well, but it sounds like they're gonna have two options in the
In the booklet.
booklet
But there'll be a motion that
For
recommends
one.
one.
for one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So which one do we vote for?
What are the two?
We wanted the
We
second.
voted for option two
Option.
Okay.
for the primary school.
And I think we have effectively.
Local funding for Green
endorsed that.
Communities Award.
Yeah.
We already have.
We've already voted for this.
Okay.
And we're gonna vote again because it was an emergency meeting
Motion.
last time.
Wait,
Okay.
That's option two.
So this is, do you wanna put a motion
I'll
on
make a-
Article 8, option 2?
I'll make a motion to approve Article 8, Option 2, as we previously voted.
Recommendation, yeah. All those in favor say, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Article 9, authorization to fund special projects. I included this because there's a decommissioned portion of TC Passios for $75,000. Didn't know if we want to touch that one.
Make a motion to recommend that one as well.
Second.
Which article?
This is Article 9, authorization to fund special projects, decommissioning portions of TC Passios.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Article 11, citizens petition. This is for the override to supplement the school budget, $2,099,337. Proposition 2.5 ballot question.
I would make a motion to approve the citizens ballot.
Second.
Any discussion?
I think given what we have endured over the last few months, I have said personally I will vote for this, but I think given the situation, I don't think that the school committee should take a position on this.
Ooh, interesting.
I agree.
I
All
agree
right,
with
then I
Peter.
will retract my motion. I want to be unanimous.
Why shouldn't we take a position?
The select board did not even put it on the ballot.
I think our position as a committee, in our joint meeting with the select
Right.
board, in multiple
Right.
conversations, is that we believe that the approach that we should take is a town-wide fiscal plan.
Yeah, long-term planning.
And again, I think that as a school committee, that is the responsible approach. Now,
And as citizens, I feel like we can all take our.
I'm happy to pull out my wallet and vote for this and say, yeah, I'm in favor of giving the schools more money, but, and I certainly wouldn't oppose it. I just think, given the situation that we're in,
Promised.
we should not take a position
I
on this.
agree. I withdraw my motion.
All right, is there any other motions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. Article 12, this is supplement to the Lunenburg Public Schools fiscal year operating budget, $50,000 free cash.
50.
This is, $500,000
I was
free
gonna
cash.
say, where did this
Article
come
12,
from?
trying to go fast.
We'll
trying
go back to
fast.
the other one then,
It's a
if
late
it's
night,
50.
9:48, we still got a lot of work to do. Article 12,
I move to recommend approval.
Second.
any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes, thank you. Getting there. Article 28, Marshall Park Design Debt Exclusion. I would invite the Parks Commission if they would like to say any words, or we do have your presentation, but this was school-related, so.
We're just totally here to answer questions.
Okay, so I'll open it up to questions before we take any action on this one.
How much is the debt exclusion for? Is it still like $7 million?
13.
Right now, 13.8 million. In order to move forward these planned improvements, the town must approve an appropriation of 13.8 million.
So we use, the schools use Marshall Park for the ball fields, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Baseball.
Baseball
Baseball,
And
softball.
softball.
and softball, and we have no baseball or softball fields of our own.
Correct.
Okay. I think that affects us.
So I can read it too. To see if the town will appropriate a sum of money to pay costs of designing, construction, and equipping improvements to Marshall Park, including but not limited to construction of a basketball court, 3 pickleball courts, a universally accessible playground, a picnic area, a picnic pavilion with restroom facilities, and a concession stand, a baseball diamond, a softball diamond, adjacent restroom facilities, additional parking lots and walking paths, and to pay all other costs incidental and related to thereto, and to determine whether this appropriation shall be raised by borrowing or otherwise provided here, however, that the vote taken hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon approval by voters of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion question, so called, or to take any other action relative thereto.
Motion to, oh, sorry, did you?
I have a question.
Any discussion? Yes.
Just based, I don't think my thing's working here, but just based on
she's got it.
the April 3rd FinCom meeting, the debt exclusion that's gonna run about $240 a family or whatever it is.
13 or something like that. 46 cents.
231.
Whatever, it depends on who you talk to. Last night they said 278. So, but whatever it is, that was, what phases of this project does that include?
That's both phases.
Both phases. If you can come up to the mic, that'd be great too. Thank you.
Because I just want to make that clear to the public.
Sure. That's the whole project. So we did scale back the project to 2 phases from 4. So it doesn't include the walking trails. We eliminated those. Doesn't include the dog park, any pocket park down by Marshall Pond. Those things have all been removed, and that's the cost we're at. So that debt exclusion is for the whole project, the 13.7 million.
The 1, the 2A, and the 2B.
1, 2A, and 2B.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah,
That
we
was
do
my
have it.
question.
We do have, part of our thought process there is the option too of, if there's a support for part of it and not all of it, then it would be project, part 1. And part 1 then includes all of the water runoff, all the water issues that we would have to deal with would be taken care of in that first. That's why the cost for the first phase is larger than the cost for the ball field portion of it.
Sure.
Because it includes all the water, stormwater management and things like that.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Comments?
So, just my opinion. We've been talking about this, but the first conversation that I was involved in on this was when I was on the Finance Committee, and Dave Passios ran for Parks Commission, and this conversation ensued. Anna Lockwood got involved, and a number of other.
I've been here since the start of it.
Kind of moved in. Okay, and you were on the Parks Commission.
2021.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, yeah, I honestly think my first conversation on this was in 19.
Could be, yeah.
At the time, this was a conversation about bootstrapping through grants and $5 million. And now it's substantially more than that. And I understand the investment in the community and in recreation. I get that. But it has the feel of a bait and switch. And I know that that's not intentional, but we've gotten ourselves all wound up in this project through a discussion of it's gonna be free money and grant funded, and now all of a sudden, well, that's not as realistic as we thought. And now we've gotta take out a pretty big loan, and we all get to pay for it in perpetuity, or for 20 or 30 years, 20
18.
years.
18.
18? Okay. Seems like perpetuity right now. When we've just had conversations about town offices and Turkey Hill and our budget and a whole lot of other things that we're gonna ask citizens to reach into their pockets for. And I just, at some point, you gotta ask yourself, what are our priorities? And if our funds are indeed limited, and we believe that our citizens at some point are gonna say no, because it's too much, not for this project, but in totality, then what can't we afford? What can we live without? And in my opinion, this sits in that category. And so, as I always say, I'm maintaining an open mind here. You can convince me otherwise, but that's my bias on this right now.
So we have already gone down the grant route, and it's grants we've actually returned, like we've had to turn down grants because of where we're at. Right, we had $1 million, $500,000 parks grant, $1 million grant. We've had grant money coming in, but we've had to turn those down. We've been encouraged to apply for those again when it's project ready, which we'll certainly be doing. And the intent would be to continue to apply for as, many use town resources with the grant writers and so forth as well, but to continue to apply for as many grants as we would be eligible for, which would then continue to drive down the cost of the debt exclusion and so forth as well. That was where, we're, none of us are engineers, none of us are in construction, we're, volunteers as you guys all are. And when this project started, unfortunately it was a bad initial cost estimate, and that's the path that we're on. And the cost of everything, as we know, is going up. And so it's, I think the philosophy of the Parks Commission was the town has continued, given the discussions we've had of this, the town has continued to support this project throughout. We've done great crowdsourcing. We've had the community involvement the entire time. There's always been a support for this project. And my personal philosophy was just let's put this forward to the town and continue to let the town have their say in the project and not, have 5 of us sit around a table and make a decision.
Any other questions, comments, or discussion from the committee? I would just say, for me, as a school committee member, I support this. I think it's good for our students, not only for the high school students who play in the fields, but the younger students who will also access these fields and the playgrounds and the facilities. I think it's also a great opportunity for the broader community. It does come with a cost, and I think that cost is up to the citizens to decide, but as a school committee member, I will support this.
I very appreciate the fact that this plan worked very hard to find something for everyone to cover.
Okay, it's all yours. That's a sign. It's time to
Good.
get
Yeah, it's getting late.
To cover something for everyone. Yeah, I think it affects a lot of students. The ADA accessible playground is a massive thing because right now we can't provide that for our students, and that's upsetting. We just had to take out the playground study out of our capital plan. So I'm happy it's in this plan. And like I said earlier, we use the baseball diamonds, so I would support it. I understand Peter's point. I think there's some work to do about educating the public about the difference between override and the debt exclusion, and that the override adds to the total levy and the debt exclusion the amount isn't gonna go up.
We have a second information session on April 26th. Would encourage anybody to come and
What time
listen to the
and where?
presentation at 10 a.m. at the TCP gym
Thank you.
on Saturday the 26th.
The one from last week should be available
It
somewhere.
is, and the one from last is on.
On YouTube.
Yeah.
Can you
Yep.
read the language of the warrant article?
To see if the town will appropriate a sum of money to pay costs of designing, constructing, equipment, and equipping improvements to Marshall Park, including but not limited to construction of a basketball court, 3 pickleball courts, a universally accessible playground, a picnic area pavilion, a picnic pavilion with restroom facilities and a concession stand, a baseball diamond, a softball diamond, adjacent restroom facilities, additional parking lots and walking paths, and to pay all other costs incidental and related thereto, and determine whether this appropriation shall be raised by borrowing or otherwise. Provided, however, that the vote taken hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters of a proposition to have debt exclusion question so called in accordance, or take any other action relative thereto.
So this is not the debt exclusion itself, it's just
Yeah, it is.
oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh,
And then they'll get it on the ballot.
It'll be on the ballot. It is on the ballot.
So it needs to pass
So
You have to
it has
pass
to
this, and then it
pass.
has to go to.
okay.
town meeting and the
It
ballot.
has to be
And the
specified.
ballot.
The select board put this one on the ballot.
Yeah,
Oh, they did?
They did.
yeah.
What?
They
Why
put
does
some
it?
things on the ballot. Peter?
I just have a question on the financing on this, and thank you for pointing out the 18-year amortization schedule. I think in the past, our school buildings, and the library and the public safety building, we amortized, when it was all said and done with bands, over 20 years, but the actual final bonding were 20-year bonds. And recently, the state rules have changed for buildings where they'll allow us to bond them 30 years. How do we land on 18 here? And did that come from some sort of bond council, or how did
There
that-
was council around it, I wasn't in on those, Anita, our
Yeah,
chair,
and there was-
met, and so there was a 15-year discussion and an 18-year discussion, and
Yeah.
then the consensus was this
Okay.
could fall into the 18-year.
Is Anita the one who used to be a town manager?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
She's the parks chair.
She's our chair.
Yeah.
I think we're ready for any motions, if anybody wants to make a motion.
I would make a maybe I won't. I will
Article
make a
28.
motion to recommend Article 28.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstained?
I'm gonna be with Peter.
I know.
I know.
All right, the motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Article 29, municipal building design debt exclusion.
They put these way at the end.
Yes, yeah, it's gonna be a late meeting, they did that on purpose, right?
I saw that.
So I'm trying to summarize this, but it's an estimated, the construction cost of the proposed work has been independently estimated at 18.3 million. The total project cost, which includes design fee, owner's project manager fee, furniture and equipment moving cost, photovoltaic canopy and police details, and an owner's contingency for what might be discovered during renovation is estimated at $22,422,998.
This is for the river building?
This is for all the town buildings.
Oh, okay.
So this is Ritter Town Hall
Ritter Town Hall
and
the annex.
the annex.
I move that we recommend approval to Article 29.
Yes, 29.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes 4-1. Thank you. That was the last one. Thank you, everyone. All right. Yeah, and if I missed any, let me know right now. All right, next item on the agenda is the superintendent search. We have, I think Alicia's still here. Yeah, Alicia's still here. Thank you for waiting, Alicia.
Oh, my
I'm
goodness.
sorry, Alicia.
So much stuff, way too big of an agenda. So, we do have in our folders the timeline dates of when we would be planning to meet.
Did Tony fill that out?
No, I did not,
I was
because I
gonna
did
say.
not know when my schedule was, but I found out today, I am not going to be gone the Tuesday and Wednesday of the first week of May. So I have a little.
You'll be around.
Yeah, I have a little more flexibility.
So right now, we have potentially the drafted dates of April 29th, Tuesday, an interview, Wednesday, April 30th, interview, Thursday, May 1st, interview, and Monday, May 5th, interview and deliberations on Tuesday or Wednesday, or both Tuesday and Wednesday, if needed, May 6th and 7th. Feel free to jump in.
Is there any way we could do all the interviews on one day? Like, I don't think I could take that much time off
It
of
does
work.
not seem very.
Like a
So
Saturday?
we're just meeting on the
Okay.
evenings though, so we're like, I think it's a 7:30 start,
7:30, yeah.
so it gives it a little bit more
It looks.
flexibility that we don't have to be here during the day. It's
It's because they're doing site visits.
Dr. Burnham, Dr. Burnham will take care of that for us, and Alicia.
My concern with this is that it seems funny to me to do 3 in 1 week, give a weekend, and then 1.
I think the challenge is with 4 people
And
and
I
that
know
we
it's
aren't
tricky to
available
available,
on
you know,
4 of the days during
but-
that week.
What are the dates again?
It's
The 29th,
29th.
That
the
last week of
30th.
April, and I think
The
you were
first,
unavailable Monday and
30th.
Friday,
You're available remotely.
but not Monday and Friday. So
And
we're
then-
only all available Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but Peter's only available
Oh,
remotely on
okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
And I gotta tell you,
Not
that's,
available Monday, Friday.
that's gonna be tough. I mean, I'm working in San Francisco that week. So,
Yeah, I think the challenge is we also need to get this done.
Yeah,
is
we have to get it done, but
We're,
Can we narrow the pool?
this is what the screening committee is sent. So again, we can do what we want, but I think
Yeah, you just
we should have an
can't pick
obligation
somebody
to.
off.
Well, I mean, we can, right?
We
There's no
can
legal-
hire someone right now,
Yeah.
Yeah, can.
Maybe we
But
like
I
put
would
them in
like
a hat
to-
and say we don't wanna hire unlucky people.
I would like to see the process
I
side.
don't think that works that way, Tony.
You can do that.
So,
They're unlucky.
if we were to follow this, I can tell you that there's a very strong possibility that I will miss one, maybe two, maybe three meetings that week.
So my other thought
So-
on that too is, let's get it recorded.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna ask even your questions, right? So I think that helps a little bit.
It does, it does. I
You
mean,
see the interviews,
again, my
questions.
preference and what I suggested at our last meeting is that I personally don't feel an obligation to connect the on-site days with a school committee interview. I think that it outrageously advantages whoever goes first.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And it puts a kind of a crazy burden on all of us. So my recommendation would be, we should stack them. We should, I mean,
agree.
you know, either, number one, put them all on a weekend day.
All in one day.
And do it on the 4th, on a Sunday,
Bang.
or do 2 on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, and then we hire on Wednesday at our regular meeting.
So I can have Alicia speak to that a little bit, but I also want to just add too that my concern for the, yeah, well, that's the concern, but the concern about them getting the advantages, maybe it's the YouTube is not live for the meetings, and it's just open to the public, we record it, but then post them later. Can we try to do that as a potential, to not post the YouTube of the interviews until after the
We're
fourth
going
interview?
to Zoom these things, and you're not, I mean,
Yeah, probably gonna Zoom it.
I don't think that's feasible.
So why can't we do a Sunday?
Alicia, can you speak to the,
So it is entirely possible to separate the day in the district from the interview. You are asking the candidates to come back to town multiple times. The other concern I would just raise is you do have 4 candidates. If you do all of the interviews in one day, even on a weekend, the interviews are usually about an hour and a half, 75 minutes to an hour and a half. So you're talking about 4 candidates for an hour and a half. You're 6 hours of interviews.
So what if we just cut them down to a half hour?
We've been sitting here
Well,
for
you
3.5
can't do
hours
that,
tonight.
Tony.
Why not?
And this is after a full workday
Can
for
we
me,
do
so
2 and 2? I mean,
with all
what's
due
wrong?
respect, I'm unmoved by that.
Yeah, I think we cut down the time.
I
think
don't
we
want
need
to
to-
cut down the time.
You
This
could,
is
you would
an
definitely
important
have to cut
decision.
down your questions. Right now, the submitted questions that I have will probably run about an hour and a half.
I'm not cutting down the time.
I would like to stay with the schedule.
Is it possible to do 2 in one night? Or, and then do the site visits on another day? I would like to know if the candidates are unavailable to come to town twice.
So I did ask the candidates for their availability, and it is in that spreadsheet that I sent.
Right.
You're going to start, as we get to the week that is April and May, you have more availability from your candidates. But as we get into that second week, you start to lose candidates that are completely unavailable for anything. It would be possible to do 2 interviews in a night. I cannot imagine asking your staff and your stakeholders to do a double day in the district. I can tell you I just finished with Beverly, and it was 2 days in a row, and it was absolutely exhausting for everyone involved, plus the interview that night. So to think about doing a day in the district and then stacking 2 interviews on a night, you would have to, I don't know how you would accommodate the time on that one either.
I have concerns that I would not be able to attend both sessions if there were 2 in a weekday night.
Well, this isn't ideal, but I mean, I've got a night that I thought I said I was unavailable, but it's here, I'll make it work. But I think this is what we go with. I don't see a lot of options.
So what's the I guess I'm missing how to interpret this.
On the bottom, you'll see the names,
Oh,
those are
okay.
the ones, those are the draft dates, if you go far to the left. Draft
Yeah.
dates, who's arriving on what date.
What-
Oh, okay.
So those are the draft dates, but I do also want to make note of the fact that I have a couple of unavailabilities myself, but I can check with other staff to see who's available. I do have at least one other field director who may be available later in that second week. However, that first Monday where it says no staff available, that is the night before Day on the Hill. And if any of you are attending Day on the Hill with us in Boston, the staff is in Boston all of Tuesday, which would make it hard for any of us to get here to your district during the day. You could do a deliberation that night, or you could do an interview without one of us. That if you feel like you can have someone else who can sort of walk the candidates through those evening stakeholder meetings and your interview, you can totally do that on a night where we don't have any staff available.
Yes,
But
we
we
will
do
have some available.
Yeah, we do have that Monday night is the night before, and we're doing all staff and the executive board are meeting together for MASC. So there would be nobody available on that Monday night.
I guess so we're trying to plan around Alicia's schedule, all of our schedules, and the candidates' schedules?
Yes.
Boy.
It is a challenge.
It's
This
a
is not,
challenge.
this
What
is
is-
not an easy
just-
process.
I don't mean to be
And
flip,
it's not
but-
gonna be perfect.
What does Alicia do during these sessions?
So generally what happens is the staff in the district will escort the candidates during the day. And we like to give the candidates and the staff time to talk to each other. We don't want to be hovering over your teachers when they're trying to have a conversation with a potential superintendent candidate. Usually MASC staff appears towards the end of the afternoon as the teachers and whatever stakeholders are at the end of the schedule have their meetings. And then we take over for groups like your PTO, your parents, caregivers, community members. Very often the CPAC will meet. I did send a draft schedule as well
I'm not sure about
for those
that.
visits. So we wouldn't be meeting, we would not, as MASC staff, be joining you until mid to late afternoon, and then we would stay all the way through the interview in that evening, just to make sure that we were on site for any questions from you, any questions from the candidate, that sort of thing.
Okay, because I'm seeing like May 6th, 7th, and 8th, when Peter is available in person, that I think would be preferable. And I know that some of the candidates aren't.
The candidates aren't available.
candidates are not
Two
available.
of them are on one date, and then another two aren't, but we could put that one on.
Yeah, but somebody isn't at all.
And my concern too is that we're pushing it closer to the election date, and you still need to deliberate and then try to negotiate a contract as well.
And you do have one candidate who is unavailable that entire week.
Right.
Because they did base, the survey I gave them was for those 2 weeks, but your original timeline only included that week that is the end of April, beginning of May, and then you were going to be making a decision shortly thereafter. Whether or not that's because now you have 4 candidates and maybe you were only anticipating 3, I don't know, but you do have 4 candidates, so it's 4 nights plus deliberation.
So is Sunday an option? Is May 4th an option? I mean,
I'm not available.
oh, okay, what about,
May 10th.
Again, that's pushing it a week out.
what about
from the
April
election
20,
then.
what about April 27th?
We could do May 10th, do 4 1.5-hour interviews, that's 6 hours of work. And we could deliberate the following week, or we could just do a marathon session and get it all done that day.
Oh, God, no, I would need a day to think about it.
Or we could meet on Sunday. I mean,
You're planning on having your stakeholders complete a survey for their meetings with the candidates and for the public that wishes to watch the interview that night. So you're gonna wanna give them at least, I would say half a day to finish a survey after a candidate. And then we would have to put it together for you and get it back to you. So I wouldn't necessarily wanna do it back to back on 2 days. I don't know that you would get everyone's feedback.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Well, I think it has
I
to.
think,
We're gonna have to
It
make.
has to.
I think we almost need a motion to accept what we want to do and.
I think, like, if we have a week, if there's only 2 weeks that we can schedule, and 1 week somebody is completely unavailable.
We could always leave it to the future school committee.
I don't
That's
wanna
true.
do that.
I don't want to do that either. Exactly.
I think we need to work this out.
I think my concern is, I have a couple of concerns. My first concern is Carol's concern about one person has a huge advantage in this. I mean,
Or one person doesn't.
or one person
Or
has
one person
has a
doesn't.
really big disadvantage, whatever way you want.
Whatever it is,
Yeah.
somebody's out there on that last week. So my thought was to see if we could move maybe the person on the first Tuesday to.
Do we send them all the questions?
No, we don't send them all the questions.
So then one person, again, this is one person, it's not gonna see the questions if it's all posted on YouTube.
So maybe we don't do it on Zoom.
Maybe we don't post it on YouTube.
No Zoom,
No
just an
Zoom.
in-person
Yeah.
meeting and
Yeah.
don't post it on YouTube
Yeah.
until
Yeah.
after the
So-
final.
So if you're gonna, if I am going to participate remotely,
Oh.
I need to participate on
Oh,
Zoom. It needs to be a public connection.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
This
So,
is true.
so that is not an option.
Okay, good point.
So you
Also-
could potentially, there is room in the schedule to do 2 the first week, 2 the second week, and then deliberate sometime after that second pairing. We can arrange that. There are candidates at least available that I can slide someone from the first week to the second week. I need to reconfirm with them that they're available, and then you would need to decide when in that second week you want to meet to interview on 2 days, and then when do you want to deliberate?
I really think the
Yeah,
Sunday,
Fortuna.
I really think the Sunday option of all 4 at once, so no one's getting the questions
I
ahead of
agree.
time.
It's gotta
is
be
the
all
fairest
one
way
day
to
on
do
a
it.
weekend.
I know it's gonna stink for us.
But
We do 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, we have like a half hour for lunch, we get it done. I know it stinks, but
Well,
we're
I-
used to long meetings, we can handle it. It's not like we're asking it's not like we're asking the candidates to sit here for 6 hours.
But we
No,
don't
I
know.
would have to check to see if they're available for, I guess it would have to be that, well,
Are you guys free the 27th of April too? Let's figure out when we're free.
Yeah, but they have to do the on-site day.
They have to do
first.
the on-site stuff.
So what if we did it on the
Wait,
4th?
They have to do the
May
on-site
4th.
first.
Yes.
Well-
That's the Sunday.
That's the whole idea, is they want to be informed
Yeah, well, let me see what
before they
time
come to their
I've got
interview
a-
with us, with their
commitment.
experience in the school. The 27th is not an
I
option.
have a lot of commitment that
If
day.
we could get them in
You're
here
right.
for their day on site during the week of the 28th,
So we can.
and then do a
yeah.
stacked interview on the 3rd or the 4th, or we can't do the 3rd.
Oh, my
The
God.
4th or the 10th or the 11th, then I think we should do
I
that.
am not available after 1 o'clock on Sunday the 4th.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say that.
Hey, we could just.
and the
tell me-
11th is Mother's Day.
And the 11th is Mother's Day, so Sunday really is not an option. Saturday,
Saturday the
the
10th?
10th.
That would work.
Peter's only available.
It's very
remotely.
late.
Yeah, I mean,
Process is
And
my
it's
I'm
late
traveling,
in the
but I would
process.
cancel my trip for that.
It's late in the process. I think we should try to figure out if we could do 2 that first week and 2 that second week. And deliberate on our regular meeting night.
I guess my thought would be why different than 3 and then 1? Is there a big difference between doing?
I don't know,
1
it just
versus
seems
2 and
odd
2?
to me to have one person out there. Whatever. If it needs to be done, and
Yeah, we need to finalize this.
What day is town election?
town election is the
17th.
17th. We're right up against it.
So the 10th is
The
too
10th is
close to
quite
my
late.
liking.
Can we do it the week before? I mean, it would be next week, but can we do that?
I'm not around.
Okay.
So we either go 2 and 2 or 3 and 1. That's the way this has to go. If we go 2 and 2, that's easier on Peter. Because there would be one that he wouldn't have to worry about.
I would be fine with 2 and 2. I'm okay with 3 and 1 as well.
I can do 2 and 2, I think.
All right, Carol.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to see if, once again, we could ask Alicia to do some maneuvering and make it so that we have 2 candidates the week of the 28th and 2 candidates the week of the 5th.
Yeah, that'll work. I can make that work as long as it's not.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I can't do the Monday, the 28th. I will be.
That's fine.
Yep.
I will be
That's
physically
fine.
present but dead on the 29th.
Yeah, I think Monday the 28th and Friday the 2nd is still not available for
Right.
people.
Okay.
So it's gotta be 29th, 30th, or the 1st, and then preferably the 5th and the 6th. But if we have to go the 7th, then we go the
Then
7th.
we'll have to
It would be
deliberate.
nice to be able to deliberate on the 7th.
If I can ask, that would be my next question. If you're going to do Monday the 5th and Tuesday the 6th, do you want to deliberate on Wednesday the 7th?
Yes.
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 That's our normal day.
Okay.
anyway.
I just want to confirm that before I start moving the candidates around. Okay. I will make that schedule, I know you're still in the middle of your motion, but I will make that schedule adjustment based on what the candidates have told me they are available for, and I will let them know, and then I will let you know which people are on which days.
Great.
Thank you.
So between that Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, when do you think we'll know which 2 of those 3 days we're interviewing?
So I have the candidates' availability right now, and unless they come back and tell me my availability has changed, you can tell me right now, do you want to do Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday? What would you prefer to do that first week?
Wednesday,
I just need to
Thursday's
know.
better for me.
I just need to know.
I don't know, it doesn't, we can.
Wednesday, Thursday is fine with me.
Okay, then that's what I will do because I have their availability. So I will stack them in the places where they are available based on their original availability that they gave me. So you'll do Wednesday, Thursday of the first week, and then you'll do Monday, Tuesday of the second week and deliberate on the Wednesday.
Yes.
I will send you an updated email with all of that. If not later tonight, then sometime tomorrow morning, I will send you the updated email of when exactly everyone is.
Thank you. Any
Thank
other
you,
discussion?
Alicia.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. A couple other things, just the timeline on the days for the candidates. I have listed 10, you have this in your folder too, 10 a.m. primary school tour with the principal, 10:45 to 11:15 middle school tour with principal, 11:30 to 12:30 lunch with central office leadership team, 12:30 to 1:15 meeting with superintendent, 1:05 to 2:05 high school tour with principal, 2:15 to 3:15 Turkey Hill Elementary School tour with principal, 3:40 to 4:40 teachers union after elementary dismissal, location based on where they end the tours, dinner break until 5:15, public stakeholder meetings after that, 5:15 to 6:15 students where the committee will be meeting, 6:20 to 7:20 families, PTO, and community where the community will be meeting. And then 7:30 is the school committee interview. Any stakeholders we're missing, any concerns
I
with the
just
schedule?
have concern of how many kids are gonna be available 5:15 to 6:15. Would it be possible to, at each stop, at each school, to make sure, maybe, I don't know, but is there a way to get the kids in earlier in the day when they're at school?
Yeah, I think that we can work that schedule out for you internally.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
that works then.
Any other concerns about the tour?
What
Day
did you
schedule.
want to do about the dinner break? Because we had had some conversations.
Right.
Do we
Sorry,
want?
sorry, Carol. Because we did discuss this a little while ago too. It's up to you how you want to structure the dinner break. If you felt like you wanted to put a stakeholder group with a dinner break, you could do that. Generally what happens is we let everyone get a break and catch their breath and get their bearings. And I would talk to the candidates about whether or not they wanted to do dinner on their own or if I needed to facilitate dinner for them. We generally leave the dinner break as an actual break. And I will deal with the candidates and see what they want. Do they want me to bring something to them? What do they need for that break? Very often, candidates will just sometimes sit in their car and listen to their nervous system for a few minutes before they go for round two. So I will arrange the dinner break details myself.
Alrighty.
I like that.
Yeah, they need a break. They just, this is a
Yeah,
long
that's a
day.
long day.
It's such a long day, yes.
Any other discussion on the schedule?
So,
All right. We had voted, I think it was 3-1, that the MASC should do the reference checks. Any discussion on that?
Nope.
Okay. Also, MASC recommended that if we have student representatives sitting at our school committee meetings, that we should allow them to ask questions during the interview process and be a part of the process. So I reached out to them and I said that the school committee would have to vote for it, but that
Yeah.
they should draft questions.
yes.
So I just want to see if the school committee would support that.
I make a motion to let the student representative ask questions.
Yeah, did we give them guidance?
Is there a second?
Oh, sorry. Did we,
Second.
Any discussion?
Did we give them guidance on how many questions and?
I did give them guidance on how many questions. I did not tell them specific categories, and I did tell them they could reach out to Alicia too and give those questions to Alicia.
Is this specifically our student representative to the school committee? Or
So
is
we have
this a-
two that alternate, so I emailed both of them.
Okay.
Not the other one.
No,
Yes,
we've
yeah,
met
they look similar, but
They're two different people.
they're two
But
different.
I thought they
people.
changed, to be
They-
honest with you. I
No,
just-
no, no, they
Okay.
swap back.
Yeah,
and
they
forth.
swap back.
My thinking on this is, if we're going to contain this to an hour and a half, and we've just heard that our questions, if kept
True.
online, are an hour and a half's worth of questions and response, this has got to be tightly controlled.
So, yeah.
That's my only comment.
So I
I'm
will
not
tell
adverse
you,
to this,
I
but
will
it
tell you
needs
from
to
my
be-
experience in just like, let's say, lots of things, that candidates will talk for as long as they want to talk, and they might not get to all the questions. So maybe we put a timer on it. I did see from, now I'm trying to think of the name of the school district, Granby, look up Granby YouTube and superintendent search.
And they
Highly
put-
recommend it,
Time
but
limit.
I believe they had a time limit on there, so we
Yeah.
could do that to try to limit it, but candidates will go through like
I don't-
all of their time
I
on
don't
two
have
questions.
I don't have a preference. This is in the context of a student representative asking questions. And this is a student representative asking questions in our interview versus a parent, versus a staff member, versus a general community member.
Technically, this,
My point here is,
Technically, they're part of the committee.
we're the ones who are voting, and there needs to be a strong bias toward our questions getting asked.
technically the
Ms.
student,
Brzezowski?
technically the student representative, they are a member of the school committee and their input is necessary. And they are supposed to be a part of the superintendent search, so.
Mr. Scullenbrady?
What if instead of, I mean, I think Peter is right, but I also think, like, technically Laura is correct. What if we just limit them, the superintendents, to say, your answers must be 5 minutes or less?
Oh, 5 minutes isn't long enough.
I just feel like otherwise, you know, like, I want to get a bunch of questions, more so than I want to get like a 30-minute dissertation on
So,
one
so
thing.
my recommendation, we take their responses into account, and we also remind them on how much time they have left, and we're gonna let them know how many questions there are ahead.
Oh, okay, okay. That
So I
one.
think
We'd also
if
like
we're
to see
clear
how
about
long they
it,
talk
and we
for.
would like to hear their answers to all the
Yeah,
questions.
because
We will remind you on how much
depth
time you have
is-
left.
Yeah,
It might be useful to see how long they go for, knowing.
And we can have timed markers at a certain point. I would work out with Alicia to remind them how much time they have
And
left.
I'm very serious about my position on this, because
Yes.
there's a strong possibility that I may miss one or multiple of these sessions. And I want to ensure that my questions get a fair
yes,
share.
Yes.
yes, I agree. I
And
agree.
by adding additional questioners, there's plenty of opportunity for this thing to go sideways.
Yes. So I believe we have a motion and a second.
Can we put them at the end?
If I could-
Dr.
Offer
Brennan?
a possible compromise. We can schedule a block of time during the day
That's
when
what
we
I
have
thought.
access to students. I can work with both of the school committee student representatives. they could potentially facilitate a student interview of the candidate during the block of time that we have them here during their site visit during the day. And it's a purely student-driven interview of the candidate.
I think that would be great.
I think that would be a good solution to that. And we're going to, they would be able to respond to a survey about what they felt.
Correct.
So we would get their input.
And talking to the student representative tonight, that's
was-
what she was very interested in the opinions of her classmates and wanted to have a meeting with that group of students to get some ideas on what the questions would be like. So I kind of
So
think
they
that
can
might
prep
be a
their
great
questions and
solution.
they can
That's a good
be a
idea.
I
panel
think
and
that's a
they
good
can
idea.
interview the
So do we-
candidate as well.
Do we vote?
We did not vote yet. We had a motion
I
in
can
a second.
withdraw the motion.
Thank you. All right. I think we are good then. I think that's all I had.
What?
Any other,
Are we doing
did I miss
policy readings?
anything? No, I mean, that's all I had for
Oh,
this
oh,
particular
oh.
topic.
Oh,
We got another hour. you know.
Are you kidding? I gotta go. I gotta go. We can't give, let's table
no,
everything
that was-
except the last thing.
So I think we're done with this topic. Here we go. So that was superintendent search. Next up is the second read of the policies.
I'll make a motion to
Motion to
skip the
waive the
second read.
second read of policies.
Second.
Second, let's go.
Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, next up is the capital plan. I put this on the agenda because we had an emergency meeting and I would like to have a regular meeting vote on this, so I will open it up to motions, as I think we're probably ready, but we can have discussion
I
too.
think we just did, I think that our endorsement of option 2 should suffice.
All right, sounds good.
I agree.
I agree with Peter.
All right, next up is reports.
Motion.
I would make a motion to table reports because it's 10:31.
We keep doing
Second.
that, but yeah.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we'll open up to public comment from the public. If you're still on Zoom, you can raise your hand, your virtual hand. Chris Sullivan.
Hi, Chris Sullivan, 108 Island Street. As a private citizen, not as here for the Parks Commission at this point. Just listening earlier in terms of the athletic director discussion, the possible solution that was proposed budgetarily, and I totally get where we're at budgetarily right now, obviously. I would hope that we look as a very, very temporary solution. There's a reason we have a full-time athletic director. We hear it time and time again, there's 50% of the student body is participating in high school sports. To think that that job is going to be done on a part-time basis, I think is, short-sighted, even in the short term, but again, I understand where we're at. I think we've made a lot of strides in the last few years with Lunenburg Athletics in terms of the quality of the program that we continue to put out, in terms of the level of participation, in terms of the spectator participation in a lot of our sports. And so I just would hope that that would be a, if necessary, short-term solution there. Additionally, I would just point out prior discussions in terms of what our athletic director has been charged with. One team in particular, with the ski team, to make sure we don't lose sight of that discussion, what needs to happen with the other schools that are involved with the ski team as well. And if that's going to be something that's going to default to somebody that's part-time, that also becomes a bit of a concern as well. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Any other public comment on Zoom? All right, seeing none. Any other public comment from the committee? Seeing none. Next item on the agenda is topics for future discussion. Seeing none. Next item on the agenda is executive session to conduct strategies and session for preparation of negotiations with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel. I'll look for a motion to go to executive session and adjourn following.
Make a motion to go into executive session.
And then adjourn after.
And then adjourn after.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Ms. Brzezowski?
Yes.
Mr. Beardmore? Ms. Archibald?
Yes.
Mr. Scullenbrini?
Yes.
And yes for myself. Thank you. Good night, everyone.